Hello and welcome to the PokerStars Arena, hosting this week's Sunday Million, which once again is the Sunday Million with a twist. It's part of the 50-50 series this week. That is 50 MTTs with a buy-in of $50. So for 1 week only, it is the half-price Sunday Million, $50 to play. But that doesn't mean half the guarantee. $1 million in the prize pool, and that means added value for the 18,589 entries. 98 remain coming into day two, playing down to a winner tonight. Hello, I'm James Hartigan, alongside me, Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Maria Ho.
Hi.
And Maria, we need to get the important business out of the way because the answer to this question will determine how the rest of the stream goes this evening. Have you watched Jaws?
Okay, I have watched Jaws, but I have not finished Jaws, but I did not fall asleep to it. I had to put it aside. I started it on Saturday. I got really, really caught up. I have 40 minutes left. No spoilers, please. But I think you'll be happy to know that so far, I'm really, really enjoying it.
I'm glad. In that case, I will allow this very long-winded and unnecessarily overlong explanation of why you haven't finished the movie. I don't know, Maria, the next time we will catch up, but by then I hope you will have seen the last 40 minutes of the film, and we can then have a proper dissection, just like they dissect the shark on the dock. That wasn't a spoiler because that happened before the last 40 minutes. Okay, let's get to the action because play is underway in this 50-50 series edition, this half-price Sunday Million. We've already had 2 bust-outs, already down to 96. Like any other Sunday Million, it is a 2-day tournament, so it will play to a winner tonight. We'll follow the action cards up all the way through to the final table and down to a champion.
I just want everyone to know that even though it is a half-price Sunday Million, I still will be putting in my usual 75% effort.
That much?
Yeah.
I hate to break this to you, but it's not showing. I mean, I've been clocking you at a solid 40.
Come on.
Okay, well, the player who is re-raising here out of the small blind with 7-5 offsuit is the player who came into day two as chip leader with a stack of around 10 million. This is Wolf, playing from Germany. And here is a hashtag fun fact. Wolf, who is a low-stakes player with only $5,000 in total earnings, satellited into this for $5.50, has locked up more than $1,000 and has a stack of 10 million, a significant chip advantage with 94 players now remaining.
Yeah, if that first hand is any indication, they're definitely playing like they have nothing to lose, right? You come in with such a huge stack, you've got to put max pressure on everybody else, and just they've got to pick up the cards and have the hands to come at you.
I mean, look, if you satellited into this thing, you only have 5K in lifetime earnings. To get this far, you got to be hungry like the wolf, and they must have Duran good.
But I like it, and I will allow it.
46% effort.
I can tell you. Do you know what? We might have just crossed the 50% threshold there, John. That's a 50.1%. Come on. Don't do yourself down. Wolf's best result before today was a third-place finish in the Hotter 11 last year. That was for $1,700. So hasn't quite eclipsed that, but chances are they will.
Ooh, this is going fast.
Yeah.
Once we are done and dusted today, although need to be a bit careful. Don't go too far down the road of positive tilt and start playing every single hand and start just clicking buttons quickly in response to what your opponent's doing.
I'm the chip leader.
Yeah. And I know, and this is probably an observation, Maria, for me of when I play live poker. And bear in mind, I play a lot of low buy-in live MTTs where the structure is maybe a little bit fast and the starting stack is not all that big. If you put me in a situation where I've got, like, I don't know, 200 big blinds, I've got no idea what to do. I'm like, 20 to 30 big blinds, I can handle that. 10 big blinds, simple. The decision-making's really, really easy. But kind of lots of big blinds,
Don't worry about that though. You're not in the minority. Most players don't know what to do with over 100 big blinds, so it's okay.
Well,
I've had
interestingly,
over 100
sevens
big
and
blinds
ace king.
across multiple different tournaments, like combined.
Yeah, that doesn't count, Joe. I was going to say, it didn't go all in pre with sevens against ace king. Sevens are folded. Jade's 84 does have the best hand right now, ace king high and the gut shot to Broadway. But Wolf, determined to continue to exhibit aggression, bet the flop, and if Wolf bets the turn, is Jade going to stick around?
Yeah, I mean, it's really tough because Wolf is proving themselves to be a pretty sticky player. And yeah, when you're not connecting with the flop with ace king, it's really hard to know where you're at, especially if your opponent shows a tendency to play a lot of hands, right? Then it's going to be even harder for them to put them on certain ranges. And then you're just going to need to hit flops.
Well, OD Killer has opened here with King, Queen of Clubs. 12,098 unique players in this $50 half-price Sunday Million. 6,491 re-entries. And yes, prize pool of 1 million as per the guarantee. 3,329 players got paid. They played well into the early hours of the morning and came back with 98, now down to 89. Still a few eliminations to go. 88 of them, in fact, until we have a winner. So King, Queen, High still good here.
Yeah, 2 overs. You got that backdoor straight and flush possibility working for you. So a pretty easy continuation here as the pre-flop aggressor. When there's a lull in the action, though, I do want to give some of my preliminary thoughts about Jaws and just see how you guys feel about where I'm at mentally.
Well, I tell you what, Maria, we have breaks of 5 minutes every hour, and we have very little to talk about. So hold on to those thoughts and let us discuss 3/4 of the movie Jaws during the next break.
I'm glad that Maria brought that up because I was thinking that her excuse was kind of BS. So I would like to find out how much of this movie Maria has actually watched because it sounded real suspect.
Wow.
I saw Jaws, but not all of it. I mean,
I would have just said I
saw it.
didn't, honestly. I feel like that would have been better if I just accepted the fact that James is going to block me for the rest of my life on social media. Like, that's, I would have taken it.
When I answered that question, all I would say is my finger was hovering over the drop Maria from stream button. I'm thinking, you know, it would be an inconvenience to have to do the stream by ourselves, but I kind of feel it would be justified.
Yes. Now, James, this is so embarrassing, but I have no idea who this Jade's 84 is. It says they're a Team Pro. I guess I'm behind.
Yeah, I'm gonna say there that is someone who has randomly found that image via Google and applied it to their PokerStars account. Jade's 84, I can say with 100% certainty, is not on our roster.
Oh my goodness!
Ooh.
Hello, Spruh.
Listen, bad timing, but I do like the hand selection. If you are going to go for a light 3-bet here, I think this is the type of hand you want to do it with. You got that king for the blocker to the big overpairs and sometimes to big slick, but you know, obviously blockers aren't real, so just so happens they're up against it.
Yeah. I guess sometimes people write the number 3 instead of the letter E, so maybe it's spree. Oh, ace king all in, and can a grower 1 has got kings.
It's a can of grower, not a can of shower.
Can it grower calls all in, is covered here by Big Poker 27. And I imagine we'll see the other 4 players fold. And Canagro is going to have to fade an ace or a club. Safe. And that's a double up. And the blinds are up to 40,000, 80,000 with an 8K ante. 15-minute blind levels in this half-price Sunday Million. Ace, Queen opening.
Very next hand. Man, if you can string a couple hands together in a poker tournament, that's really some solid momentum. Difficult to do. Other people make it look so easy, like winning 2 or 3 hands in an orbit.
I like
Wolf.
the lead here. Definitely has quite a bit more 9Xs than the under the gun +1 opener, especially off of, what was it, like 17 bigs?
Yeah.
Tough
So
one.
Wolf still sits atop the leaderboard with 10.5 million. Just so you have it for reference, the second biggest stack is Genio CSZ from Brazil, who's got 6.8 million. So still a decent advantage for Wolf, with 86 players now remaining. And in fact, if I look at the top 10, we've got an all-in here from Calavite, all-in with ace 10. Big poker in the big blind, 8-7 of strawberries. Faults. In the top 10 right now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 of the top 10 have Brazilian flags.
Yeah, normally I wouldn't, I'm not a fan of stereotypes, but I feel like when it comes to poker, there's a few things that you can count on. And Brazilians having big stacks based on just the way that they play from the ones that I've had experience playing with, it kind of all checks out there.
While Calavite all in with Kojak, King, Queen for Wolf. Domination Nation, Calavite at risk, and needs... Oh, too late. I was going to say needs a jack, but that Queen on the turn sealed the deal, and that is Calavite eliminated in 84th place, cashing for $1,129.30. The money jump will be when we're down to 71. At that point, everyone will be guaranteed more than $1,500.
That was a pretty
Nines
fast call-off with King Queen.
I think that's going to be a standard call based on the effective stack size. But I know, Stapes, for you, you need at least queens plus
Fewer
there,
than,
so I get
fewer
it.
than 10 bigs, right?
It was like right around 10, yeah.
Stapes is like, oh, ace king, I guess, but I don't love it.
I would at least think about it with King Queen and not closing the action, but it's okay. It's fine. I guess ultimately how long it takes you to make the right decision doesn't really matter.
OD Killer opening with queens. Not a lot behind. 10-3 off the Canagroa. And now just Spree, who calls with 9-8. Does flop a gut shot.
Yeah, you've got to imagine you're up against a pretty strong range from OD, but obviously there will be a few light opens, and when I say light, I just mean ones that might not have a made hand pre or have connected with this board.
Average stack right now is 2.26 million. So these are two players who are on the short side. 744 in the middle.
This player, a huge fan of the stack to pot ratio.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like they did try to rep trip tens, but decides to give up.
Do you value bet now when someone gives up, or do you just like take the showdown here?
I think I'd probably be pretty happy usually to take the showdown, but obviously I think
Okay.
you don't expect your opponent necessarily to check it over to you, but people can get really tricky there with nutted hands, of course. So sometimes it just depends on how much you value your tournament life in that spot and if you really think you could get called by worse.
Maria, you can't lose what you don't put in the middle.
I feel like when you play the hand that way, if you're Spra and then you get like a check back on the river, you're like the moral victor in the hand. You're like, you couldn't bet trip queens. Like, at least I got something out of this.
The only thing, though, is if it were checked back, you are then able to see what your opponent had.
Yeah.
It's more like, you had queens and you couldn't even bet it because I played it so goofy against you.
But then you get the little note, plays 9-8 goofy. And information is power.
If they were going to take notes on every hand I played goofy, they would run out of space.
We've got the Snowmans.
Nom 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 nom.
For OD Killer. But
do we actually know if you can max out on notes on stars? I'm just curious.
I don't know.
Has anybody gone that deep into the well?
I think anyone who has, we probably don't want to be in touch with them.
If they have, their name is probably Josh Molina.
they're
he loves to take
manifestos.
notes, that one.
so Ace King all in, and Wolf calls Domination Nation in Canagroa's favor.
Oh, boy.
Straight draw. But nope, Ace King holds. That is another double up for Canagroa, up to 1.8 million. A Hollywood guy says, I love half-price tourneys with full-price commentary. You say that. We haven't yet told Joe and Maria that they're only getting 50% of their usual fee.
Oh, no. I don't think I could work off of half a baguette.
That's a good one.
In all seriousness, Joe, have you ever done a gig where the fee was effectively food?
I've had plenty of gigs where the fee was a drink. So, yeah.
Wow.
And there's definitely been other gigs sold to me where they're like, you get a drink and you can order any one item off the menu. So, yes, I have had those.
Fantastic. But they told you it'd be great experience, right? It'd be a good thing for your resume to take the gig.
It's all about exposure.
Yeah.
Which is actually true during the age of COVID. A lot of people mean today, just bluffing with the worst hand. That's so mean.
Yeah, and you can tell when there's so many shallow stacks that a lot of these players with marginal holdings aren't really sure how to proceed when they don't connect with the flop, just because it feels like so much of their remaining stack to speculate and be wrong and to perhaps peel with the ace jack that you saw OD folding against the ace 10.
So we were talking about notes, Joe. Are you still keeping bits of strategic advice on post-it notes in and around your workstation?
I have one new one recently added, which is calling it off with ace-4 is objectively horrible.
That was mine, I believe. I think I'm pretty sure that was something I said recently on a stream. I am going to add one.
You made it.
You can write this down if you want. And this is in response to your observation about this whole bluffing malarkey and people being dishonest. Yeah. Deception is an important part of the game.
I don't need to write that down.
Sometimes you do kind of play face up. Threes against ace 8. And threes are good. That is another elimination. Big Poker at 27 gets a 4-figure score for their 77th place finish. Oh, yeah. So Wolf, the chip leader, opens on the button. The all-in from ace-queen in the small blind. King's big favorite. Always an ace on the desk, though. And that is going to be a double up for Super Samboy. And Wolf drops just below the 10 million mark. Still has the chip lead.
Hang in there, Wolf.
I mean, Wolf's lost a couple of all-ins now, Joe. How's that going to be affecting them psychologically?
Maybe really badly. It's hard to say.
At least they're still able to preserve. Go ahead.
I was saying, my guess is that you don't get to 10 million chips at this stage of the tournament unless you had like a couple of one overcard all-in wins.
Yeah, definitely. Place. And they're able to preserve their image in the sense of in that spot, they open the button and just happen to have kings. And when they were faced against a 5 big blind shove, obviously you're committed to call it off no matter what you're opening with there. So far they haven't really been caught with some of their weaker hands. And so I think players are still going to give them a fair bit of respect, even though they've been extremely active.
Well, we have gone three-way to this flop. 5's still good for Olodun.
Yeah, and going for half pot, basically, really trying to protect against the overcard equity.
Oh, rockets. And Super Samboy likely to get in trouble here with Ace King.
It's been less than an hour since we started, less than a half hour, and there's just so much blockers being real happening.
Half price Sunday, but full crank from Stapes, basically.
Yeah. Now, we did see Super Samboy get a little bit lucky against Wolf. Can Ace King do the dirty and crack aces? It is an uphill battle.
These two queens being out isn't great.
And this is looking good for aces. It is all over on the turn. Super Samboy is eliminated. And Kanagroa, who was a super short stack not that long ago, is now up to 3.1 million, above average. The average right now being 2.5 million with 74 remaining. Maria, I think you may need to speak to the assistant on your staff who looks after your social media. They're basically just replying to every single nice thing that's said about you in chat with a purple heart. I think you might want to advise them to kind of mix it up a little bit.
Okay, so this is the thing. Like, sometimes I want to try to type, but the way that my setup is, it moves my camera when I type. So now I'm forced to only use, I need an external keyboard, guys, is really what's happening. Or I need a more sturdy camera situation.
You need more people on your staff.
That as well.
Well, I will verbally say hello to our friend and former Poker in the Ears guest, Wendy is Beth. Hello, Beth. Thank you for being with us.
Yes.
Hello to everyone who has decided to give up their Monday evening to watch poker.
A pretty exciting level for Kanagrower.
Yeah. Unlikely to get any action here, though. Jack 7, 6 deuce, Jack 9. I guess Olodun could defend.
I would lose a lot of respect for anyone that didn't defend Jack 9. Unfortunately, this is going to happen sometimes.
Yeah, you flop second pair, but you're up against top pair. Not just any top pair. Top pair, top kicker. Oh, hello, Liao L.
Yeah, with 30 bigs effective, you definitely want to start sizing in a way where when you get to the river, you can be all in. Ooh, okay, you don't want to be all in with ace king. Never mind. Never mind. Size down. Check back.
You know how we were discussing, Joe, the amazing level that Kanagroa's had? It has just ticked up to the next level. I think we've now gone to 5,100. Right. So hopefully Kanagroa has realized that their time is over.
Yeah, this is going to be rough. You know, there are a couple of draws possible, but I do like just the call there. I think this river, it's really hard to
Check
say,
it
but yeah,
back.
good check back. You definitely saved yourself a whole lot
Horseshoe.
of chips by not going for value.
Toilet paper. Rocket.
So here we go with the blinds at 50,000, 100,000. We have had no throwable action yet, and I, for one, am disappointed. Hey, Maria, would you like some James Bond hashtag fun facts?
Oh, God.
Yes, love it.
Well, you see Liao L there. That is Roger Moore in the gun barrel sequence. But did you know there are actually 2 different Roger Moore gun barrel sequences?
I can't say that I do
Hold
know
on.
that.
Before you answer that question, do you know what he even means when he says gun barrel sequence?
Kind of like the lens, like the way that the camera shot is through a gun barrel.
Yes, which, by the way, never made sense to me at all in the first place. Are we looking down the gun? Are we in the gun and then he shoots us in the
Yes.
eye? What
Aren't
is
we in the
happening?
gun?
It doesn't make sense if you kind of extrapolate, that's for sure. But yes, seen through a gun barrel,
the
James
gun?
Bond walks onto the screen, shoots at the gun barrel, and then blood runs down the screen. And that's how, up until the Daniel Craig era, every single film opened. But Roger Moore had not one but 2 different gun barrels. And do you know why, Maria?
Why?
Because his first 2 movies were made in the 1.66 to 1 aspect ratio.
Metric
The
system,
Spy Who
yeah.
Loved Me was then made in scope, so they had to reshoot the gun barrel logo for the new sequence. But then all the rest of his movies then applied that same gun barrel. That is the Spy Who Loved Me one. That's the second one, which is the scope gun barrel sequence.
Fascinating.
You can
He is
tell
the
it's
only actor. The only actor to have shot 2 gun barrels.
He was also in 4 times as many Bond movies as anyone else.
That's
Not to pile on
strictly
any more
true.
homework for myself, by the way, but I've never seen a single Bond movie with Roger Moore in it.
Oh, boy.
But I
I'm
don't
just gonna
want
log out
any
for a
more.
second
Wait.
till this.
I don't want any more
Wait.
homework. Like,
Wait.
I need
I'm
to.
so glad you qualified that with Roger Moore in it, which I do think is allowable. By the way, we have got trip 5s here against a pair of 9s.
Yeah, yet another turn trips.
Yeah, I like a bigger sizing with a couple of those draws that have missed from the flop, with the straight possibility and the flush possibility not coming in. You definitely want to polarize a bit to some of those missed draws as bluffs.
Yeah, well, up to 6.2 million is among the big stacks right now. In fact, Liao is now second on the leaderboard, playing from the United Kingdom. No, Maria, I honestly don't believe that your life is going to be drastically improved if you suddenly watch a Roger Moore James Bond film, nor is it going to be missing anything if you went through the rest of your days not watching any of them. And I say that as a huge Bond fan.
Good to know, because I was already mentally setting aside the hours that I would need to
No.
do this.
No.
The 2 best James Bond movies, 2 of the best, are Live and Let Die and The Man with the Golden Gun.
See, that's more
2 of
tilting. What's
the
more tilting
absolute
is
best.
that Joe has seen them and holds ridiculous opinions like that.
Do you know that there is a James Bond movie that I've still never seen?
No, which one?
I have never seen On Her Majesty's Secret Service.
Well, that's going to be a superfan subject then. Ruslan. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we've got ourselves a disco. Rosalind is
Ooh.
discoed and is now sitting out.
Fancy. Is that a 2022 edition? I have not seen that.
I think
Midway
it made its
through
debut in
2021
2021 at the... Oh, you weren't with
Yeah.
us for the second half of W Cube. That's why, Maria. That's why I haven't seen it before.
Yeah, because I still didn't watch Jaws yet, and somehow I was taken off the schedule.
What a day for trips.
Right?
Oh, look at this. Nice try, Velasco.
Yeah, not
Velasco?
surprised to see.
Bad.
Oh,
Yeah,
Jades,
not surprised
how
to see
happy
the ace
are
queen
you?
come along. Right.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Man, if you can back your way into a flush here, this is some poker skill, unlike I've seen in a very long time. You gotta fire again here. Called twice. Come on.
Oh,
Oh.
dirty. Dirty.
Wow.
Wow.
keeps
How much is Velasco going to bet on this river? And it's likely to get paid off by Trip 7's 1.1 million into 1.4. Liao folds, Jade calls, and is left with fumes. Two big blinds.
I would say that Team Pro contract is definitely in peril now.
Not being funny, if we started expunging our ambassadors on the basis of bad plays and MTTs, we'd have no one left.
Maria, I know it's easy because we can see all the hold cards. Do you ever consider not calling there with that action, that run out?
I mean, no, I don't think so. If it was, a triple barrel situation, then I would perhaps give it a little more thought. But check back on the turn, and then it's like, for that sizing, there might not be a ton of value hands that you're going to beat with trips, but there are still going to be hands that are going to go for
Tons of
bluffs or
bluffs.
go for value
Yeah.
as well. Just because, as played, they could expect that over pairs could be good there, especially if they have like a nut club type blocker there.
So we have got ourselves top pair versus Broadway. Hey, what happened to Liao? I had so much more I wanted to say about Roger Moore's tenure as James Bond. Darn it. You're all going to
It'll
have to
never
be
come up
deprived.
again. This feels like a pretty easy fold at this point.
Yeah. It is a straighty flushy board, and that is the fold from OD Killer. And how long until Jades gets it in? This would be a bad time, because Surrey, with the fringe on top, has got kings.
There are a lot of huge hands going around.
Deuces have opened, kings have re-raised, Jade's 84 decides to call all in with 8-6. Well, okay. Ah, Wolf. Good fade, Wolf. You would have lost to a rivered straight. But crucially, that was about Surrey versus Jades, and it saw Jades cash out in 63rd place. We did hit that money jump when we got down to 71. So it's $1,500, actually $1,533 for Jades, and now 62 remaining.
$62 of the best.
Thank you to Soda Pop 1958 for randomly quoting the lyrics to Moonraker, as sung by Shirley Bassey. I actually really like the end credits version where it has like a disco beat behind it. It's less of a ballad and more kind of like, you know, synth pop, which I think was very much of the moment in 1979.
Sorry,
Yeah, Wolf really
kind of. Yeah, this is this is a weird play with any holding. I think betting full pot on the turn, it gets top pair to fold.
Yeah, absolutely. Just applying so much pressure. But I think maybe not thinking about ranges too much. It feels like a little bit of a reckless aggression so far, because I think you would find that your opponent has some nutted hands there that you would be up against when you bet that big. You're only going to, you know, get called by obviously hands that are going to be smashing that type of board texture. But so far it's worked, you know, timing wise.
Queen
Whoops.
10 all in against 4 deuce, and Queen 10 is good. Spr survives. So sixes have opened under the gun. Re-raise from Surrey with jacks.
A call here would be Velasco. Yes, bad.
Yeah, definitely from these positions, you would imagine that your opponent has a very strong range when they're 3-betting against your under the gun open, and not quite deep enough to really set mine.
Action folds around to the button. Olive folds. Woo! Wolf. Limps in with we got the battle of the nines here. Domination Nation.
Cut.
All right,
And
cool.
they
Trips
go
again.
to the flop, and it's pretty decisive for Wolf.
Woo! I mean, this feels like button clicking.
Yeah, you can certainly mix it up here between choosing to fast play your trips or just calling. But like you said, it does appear that they're making their decisions so quickly that I don't know if they're doing it, you know, because of frequency or, you know, randomizing their frequencies. It's really just like, okay, I feel like doing that now, so I'm going to do it.
By the way, I know I brought up Roger Moore Bond movies, but to be clear, I didn't bring up Moonraker, right? I'm looking for some backup here from one of you.
I'm just thinking about, you did not bring up Moonraker specifically, but you know, there's some pretty ridiculous Bond titles out there. Octopussy comes to mind, but like Moonraker is also pretty dumb. Like, why would you ever rake the moon?
Because the book was about a rocket that I guess was, it sounded cool that it would like fly past and over the moon. I don't know. Anyway,
Or
the
Moonraker is better.
slight glitch in the matrix, because, and I know that this is going to be hard to get into frame, but I'm wearing today my Drax Enterprise Moonraker
Oh,
t-shirt.
wow. Kismet. Synergy. Who would have ever suspected the crazy coincidence of James wearing a Bond t-shirt and James Bond coming up on stream?
I mean, no, right? That's a proper glitch, Joe. That would never, ever.
Interesting limp here by the 4-3 suited. I think it's just a better candidate to raise with, obviously. Again, Wolf really mixing things up, a little unconventional, but always gets after it though, right?
It's just, wow, stationed by the Queen 4 with like 9 big blinds. Do you remember Billy Madison and O'Doyle rules? And at one point, Billy says, you know, O'Doyle, I got a feeling your whole family's going down. I just feel like Wolf is playing a dangerous game here with this sort of just goofiness. And I think that Wolf probably will not be the chip leader for the entirety of the rest of this event.
A bold prediction there from Joe Stapleton. So, you brought Octopussy into the conversation. And because Maria has not seen the movie, I feel that I can ask her this question without any kind of, like, you know, prejudicial knowledge. So, Maria, I want you to picture the scene, right? Imagine you are the head of British intelligence in 1983, and you're sat behind your desk, and you get a report that one of your 00 agents, one of your agents who was licensed to kill, who was on a super secret mission in East Germany, has showed up dead in the ambassador's house in West Germany in full clown costume and makeup. What would your first question be?
This is a real, like, this actually happened?
This is the premise of the movie.
In the movie.
Right, right. Okay, I mean, I don't know. I think the whole clown thing is a little weird.
Right? Would your question be, why were they dressed as a clown? And what kind of, I don't know, things in the vicinity of the embassy might you be looking for that might possibly be connected to the death of someone dressed as a clown?
A Chuck E. Cheese.
Yes, these are all good things. Anything else, Joe?
A circus.
I think that's pretty spot on. There is an amazing moment.
A tiny car.
An hour, more than an hour into the movie, when M has this great revelation. We've done some checks, and it turns out that the Octopussy Circus was in East Berlin when we lost 009. How did no one ask that question immediately? The guy's dressed as a clown.
Oh, so that wasn't like their go-to.
Nope.
Wow.
Nope.
Well, I feel like people should just stop watching the movie right there then, if it's so unreasonably, like, not their first deduction from that situation.
I think what you need to realize is the intelligence community sometimes doesn't display a lot of intelligence.
Neither do screenwriters.
But the good news
what?
is later on in the movie, James Bond dresses up as a clown.
I am really enjoying the Wolf show, though, for as long as it lasts for.
I mean, Wolf, I know you've made this prediction, Joe, but Wolf has 13 million chips. The second biggest stack is the Barrowman, who's got 8.3 million.
Nothing would make me happier than to be wrong, by the way. That would be hilarious if Wolf just continues smashing the buttons the entire way to the end of this tournament. That would be pretty fun to watch.
So far, we have to say their timing's been impeccable.
Yeah.
Well, exactly. And look, the reality is, in an MTT, you'd rather be lucky than good. And no one is saying for 1 second this is someone with a lot of experience. This is a low-stakes player whose biggest cash before was $1,700 in an $11 buy-in. They've satellited into this $50 buy-in event for $550. Good luck to them.
I also wish Wolf luck.
So we got 7s for Wolf. We got 9s for Velasco, no bad, who just flats. Ace-10 suited for Surrey on the button.
I definitely understand, like, just flatting against Wolf, right? Like, they play in such a way that you want to just be able to hit a hand against them and let them do all the work. And you want to keep pots small, I think, against people that are just like going to bet pot on random streets. But now Velasco is going to try to take the lead over.
And Velasco does
Wolf
have the
does not
best
give
hand,
up.
gets called by the sevens. And Surrey, by the way, could potentially have backed their way into a flush here.
You just have to look away at this point.
And it's over on the turn. And I see rockets.
Good luck, all-in player. I got a chuckle out of good old Maria run it 5 times ho.
Oh, you still remember that, do ya?
We were subjected to the story on last week's podcast.
Oh. But Stapes, did you really give them the full context of just like how badly I was running? I honestly did not expect to win. I really just thought I was like, you know, I love Stapes. I'm happy to give the remainder of like my buy-in to him. It's fine. And
He did.
it just didn't work out that way.
we positioned it as like kind of, you know, Freaky Friday crossed with rounders. That there'd been this kind of, oh, ace again.
It was like a body switching movie, except we switched run goods
Yeah.
for a night.
Now I'm slowly starting to know what it's like to be you when I play poker.
Except for that all in. But everything else you experienced that night was just like being me.
Well, ace is all in and probably met by 3 folds. OD Killer is out. Ollerden in the small. Passes. Wolf folds as well. 57 varieties of player remain
Uh-oh.
in this half-price Sunday Million. And are you ready for the sickest and classicest of all races?
Like
I
flats
love
versus
this bold
drums.
prediction from Sir Urban Bourbon. It's going in. You mean a player who has like 3 big blinds is going to be all in with ace king?
Now hold on, they could still fold. Okay, it's in.
An ace and a king and a queen. And with that set, Surrey will eliminate SPR, who cashes out in 54th place for just over $1,500.
Actually, Wendy as Beth was there as well that night.
She was, and she had the highest VPIP out of everybody, I think.
She's a killer.
Queens for Ruslan. All in for a milli. And
What do you do? Okay, yeah, I'm a big fan of folding Queen Jack there. I don't know if it's right or not. You just got a couple of pots. You're early.
Yeah, I think if you're a little shorter, then it's fine to go with Queen Jack off. Queen Jack suited, though, different story.
Okay.
Can I grow it no more, Captain? Can I grow it up over 2 million? What is the average stack right now? 3.5 million. 52 remaining.
It does appear that Wolf just really enjoys limping in with all types of suited connectors when they're kind of on the middling to low end. So at this point, I would definitely be a little bit more prone to raise some of these limps from Wolf pre-flop, because it doesn't seem like they're doing it as a limp re-raise. They're just trying to get to flops.
Well, if Wolf keeps betting, it is hard for Go's check to carry on in this hand, despite having the best of it. And sure enough, folds King 6. Wolf back up over 12.5 million.
Let's go, Wolf. They like to play.
Limps with Jack 10, Ace 10 raises. And with both players missing, action is checked to the pre-flop aggressor. Surrey bets 302 into 1.1, and Wolf folds. Has a fold button. Wolf now with the Spraggy, folds A7. So we've got deuces on the button for Go's check. All in.
Yeah,
Ace
and
nine
you
for
know,
Ruslan.
yeah, I
That's an all-in.
expected that, and now yeah,
Oh.
it's tough to get away from these hands in these positions.
And that's the
Oh,
flush on the turn,
okay.
but the full house on the river for Go's check, who wins the main pot. OD Killer winning a small side pot, and the elimination of Ruslan Afghan out in 51st place. There was street flash potential for OD Killer, but Ruslan Afghan actually had the 7 of clubs that was the magic card. Hello, Sound Lover 99. Welcome to the table.
Well, this is a real
I would
fair
say,
fight between these three hands.
I mean, I would say that the ace 4 off is maybe a little bit wide from the small, but wouldn't be surprising from what we've seen out of Wolf so far.
Yeah, nothing's too wide for Wolfie.
Nines
Velasco,
ahead.
yeah, and Velasco definitely has the type of hand that they could see another street with.
Well, Surrey improves to a set. The board does get a little bit straightier.
Did you guys check out Fenton's tweets over the weekend, or like his top 5 and top 5 favorite and least 5 favorite things that happened during poker?
Yeah, I saw the top 5. I didn't see the least 5 favorite.
Someone chimed in on his top 5, I believe, saying c-betting the flop and turning a set, I think, is one of my favorites.
I may have missed that one. I did see him trying to make an argument for pineapple on pizza, which was shouted down by many.
You know, there's like
I would
certain...
say I'm firmly in the pineapple camp for pizza.
I am too, but it's something like I don't get involved on Twitter. Like there's certain things I believe in, but I just like don't want to fight with people about. Like I just don't want to put my head above the fray, and I'm just like, nope, not getting it. You're on your own, Fenton.
And Surrey shoves the river. It's all into call. Velasco left with just king high. And folds.
Yeah.
Blinds are up, 80,000, 160,000, and this will be the last hand taking us into the break.
Oh man, this isn't a great spot, is it? Suited queen 10, fewer than 10 bigs. Pretty late.
Let's
Wow.
it go. So, ace 9 of strawberries, the raise from the chip leader. Surrey defends with 7-6, and it is a 9 high flop. Top for Wolf. Continues.
Surprised to see the queen 10 suited fold. I think that's definitely a shove in that spot. But again, you know, maybe there's a pay jump looming. Maybe people just want to survive.
4, 5, 6, 7. Straight draw now for Surrey, hence the 13.6% equity. And Wolf bets again, 640.
Yeah, somewhat of a smaller sizing than I would have expected given the board texture. And certainly you could still get Surrey to come along with other hands. Ooh.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Uh-oh.
Surrey has rivered the straight. Wolf had top plus the nut flush draw on the turn, gets done by the offsuit 3. Surrey shoves.
Sorry.
Wow. I mean,
Well, you predicted it, Joe, and it has happened. Wolf has lost the chip lead. That last hand of the session sees Surrey 8E playing from Mexico move into the number 1 position, just ahead of Wolf by 1 million, 10.5, 9.5 million respectively. 48 players remaining. That means we've lost more than half the field from the start of day. In 55 minutes, we've gone from 98 players to 48, and we'll continue in around 5 minutes' time, playing down to a winner who'll receive that first prize of 81.5 grand. Okay, Maria, so now is your opportunity to talk about the movie Jaws. So where are you at in the story? What was the last thing that happened before you kind of like dozed off, tuned out?
okay, so they're in the boat looking for the great white, basically him and the oceanographer.
Okay, so we've got to that section of the movie where it's about the 3 of them on the hunt for the shark.
Yes, but I have to just go back to my first issue, which is the opening scene where the guy just falls asleep on the beach when the girl runs out. Like, I mean, come
He's
on.
drunk.
You have a girl stripping naked. I get that you're drunk. You have a girl stripping naked into the waters. You couldn't even just stay awake long enough to go after her. Like, he could have saved her life.
I mean, the guy's a bit of a loser, and as evidence from when he's interviewed by Chief Brody later on, he comes across as a bit of a douche. He's basically just the rich kid,
It's
right?
true. That's true.
So, and Joe's point is correct. He's drunk. So, look, if the shark thing hadn't happened, he would have missed out on a pretty good night, right?
Yeah.
Well, it depends. Like, look, this was also during the 70s, where maybe people weren't comfortable being out. Maybe he's not into girls at all. Maybe he's just like feels pressure to be there, and he finally felt like he could relax on the beach once this girl stopped bothering him.
Okay, I think we've now moved to a level of over-analysis of an insignificant part of a movie that's worthy of much deeper discussion. What's your other thing that you wanted to say, Maria?
Well, it just really made me think, first of all, if this happened, in 2022, if a small town even would be able to get away with trying to cover it up in the beginning, right? Because I was like, oh, it had never even occurred to me that you could basically say, oh, no, it's not a shark attack. It was a boating accident or whatever.
So you don't think it's plausible in the year 2022 there might be something like, let's say it's not a shark, let's say it's something like, I don't know, a killer virus, and maybe someone wants to protect the interests of the business owners and not necessarily close stuff down or impose any rules or restrictions that might protect people and save lives? You think that wouldn't happen?
Okay, I see the point you're making there. I was just saying that now that there's cameras and people could have easily just recorded, like, okay, this is very clearly happening. You guys aren't going to be able to tell us that it's something that it's not. And I was like, okay, I don't know if that would go over well now, where
I
they could just try to.
I actually think that the cover-up that everyone's involved in, the business owners, the newspaper, the mayor, and the attempts to just keep everything normal and keep everything open to get through the 4th of July weekend is incredibly realistic. I think was very plausible back then, is very plausible now. And, you know, I think it's one of the best parts of the movie. And the regret I think you see, Roy Scheider as Martin Brody, is that he doesn't follow his instinct. He allows himself to be kind of like bullied into doing this by the authorities, and then a kid dies.
Right, and
Even
then
if there was
the kid's
video
mom
evidence.
blames him.
Yeah.
And understandably, even if there's video evidence, right, like you're saying today, someone would be like, how do we know that her body wasn't mangled before she went into the water? How do we know that it wasn't a bunch of unruly people from the next town over, who, by the way, I said we should have put up that wall ages ago. It's all like we live even more in a post-fact society than it was back then. So I find all of it still terribly relevant.
Well, look, as I said, we'll pick up
point.
this conversation down the line, Maria, because, you know, I want you to see the movie to its conclusion, because it is a movie that has so many distinct sections to it. It's almost like a number of movies in one in that regard. Each act has its own very distinct feel and identity. And look, I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm glad that it wasn't kind of like, oh, Jesus, I've got to finish this and then have a conversation about it. It doesn't feel like too much of a chore.
No, not at all. And honestly, I was able to suspend disbelief. Like, my biggest issue was, okay, well, I'm not going to think this is a real shark. There's no CGI. This is whatever the mechanical maneuvering that they had to do to make this look realistic. I was like, oh, I don't know if I could believe this. But I did. I was frightened. When the music would come on, when they were circling in the water, I'd be like, oh, this is creepy.
Yeah. Well, as I said, it's a conversation we'll pick up down the line. Joseph, time for your hot dog break. Maria and I are going to analyze the action as we come back from break in this special half-price edition of the Sunday Million. And looks like we're going to have a coin flip on the very first hand. Oludan all in with ace-jack. Velasco no bad with the snowmens.
Nom nom. Nom nom.
And they're good right now. Not anymore. Jack on the turn. And that is going to be a double up for Oludan. So this isn't a spoiler, Maria. This is just a circumstance of the movie. They obviously did have a mechanical shark, which was called Bruce, on set. And unfortunately, the saltwater didn't necessarily agree with the mechanics of this model, and it was never working. So Steven Spielberg's famous quote is that John Williams gave him the shark that he couldn't have by creating that theme. The presence of the shark became the music, because they couldn't actually show the shark because the shark was broken. Yeah. And let's be brutally honest, it's a better movie because of that. So 47 players now remaining. Action moving at a decent pace. Average stack of 3.9 million. Oh, we got ourselves a disco. And the chip leader is now sitting out. I guess the key question, Maria, is now that Wolf is no longer number one, and granted, 9.5 is still a massive stack, is Wolf going to change their approach? Are they going to change their style?
I'm going to have to say no. I just feel like they seem like the type of player that wants to be involved. They can't really sit back, and they're definitely not short enough where I think they're going to be worried where if they get involved in one too many pots, it's going to really affect their ability to play the way that they have been. So I think we're going to continue to see more limps with 4-3 suited is what I'm saying.
Maybe Surrey's strategy is shut down the computer for an hour, come back and hope that I've ladder to the final table. Well, Ascar 1KK, I think, deserves bonus chips for having Cookie Monster as their avatar. My favourite of all the Muppets. And yes, I know he's a Sesame Street character, but they're still Muppets, right?
It's been pretty interesting to see, you know, the types of hands that Wolf decides to limp in with. A lot of players probably would just be opening the King Jack from under the gun, but
Okay, Wolf back up to nearly 10 million. Kanagroa all in with the sailboats. And no response. Okay, Surrey's back online.
yeah, found a hand right away that they want to open with.
Velasco, no bad, has the Spraggy, ace-7 offsuit, but one of those cards is the ace of clubs, so nut flush draw on the flop, and ace-high still ahead.
Yeah, it's not surprising to see the opener just take a stab on these monotone boards. Usually you would expect that your opponent's not going to find too many continues. It's kind of like they either have this type of nut flush draw, or, you know, they have the type of hand where they're not going to be able to continue for additional barrels on later streets. But just series luck to have turned top pair now.
Yeah, 800K into 1.5 million, and tough to be making these big calls with just a draw when you've got 2.6 million.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a lot of their stack, and they're just thinking about, you know, the implied odds of, you know, will they get paid off if they just call in this spot and another club comes? Are they even going to get paid off for what they have behind?
Blinds will stay 81.60 for another 8 minutes. We got Sound Lover 99 with the Grafton, 10-9 suited. And OD Killer is all in with 5-4 of diamonds. And it's looking good. Oh, come on. The offsuit 10 on the river. OD Killer eliminated in 42nd place, and Surrey increases their chip lead up to 12.3 million. Ahead of Tiwi 55, who's second on the leaderboard right now with 11 million. And Matos 97 has 10 million. The Barraman has 10 million. That means Wolf has actually dropped down to 5th place, Maria.
Yeah, and what's going to be interesting is if Wolf decides to maybe tighten up a little bit now that Siri is on their left with a bigger stack. And I think Siri should be attacking some of Wolf's limps a little bit more and playing more aggressively off of the stack size and having position, of course.
When you say that player's name, Maria, it sounds to me like Siri. And I'm just worried that we're going to start triggering people's smart speakers. You know, a bit like when we have players called Alex A or Lexa at the table. You know, we'll kind of maybe criticize this player and go, hey, Siri, what are you going to do with queens?
Yeah, it feels like, you know, definitely putting in any type of re-raise makes your hand look so strong. And when you're up against a button range, you don't expect them to be as strong as king queen here. So you think you're going to lose a lot of players by playing your queens aggressively. But off of your stack size, there's not really that many options for you to maneuver. I actually think that 3-betting versus just shoving looks a lot stronger, though. And I think Suri was able to sniff that one out.
Well, we've got the open from Ollerden. Wolf flat with Jack 10 suited. Surrey in with sixes.
And I wouldn't even really blame Ace Queen for finding a squeeze here and going all in. It just looks like such a great spot. There's so much dead money, and you expect that Ace Queen's going to be a really good hand, but really nice folds.
Ace King flops best. Continues. 2 faults. Oh, we're already down to 38 players. I always assume there will come that point where things slow down. It takes a little bit longer to get down towards that final table. But so far, nope. Every time I look up there, by the way, I'm talking about that, the number's gone down.
Not a coincidence that it's when Stapes is on his break, though. So I think there's a correlation there.
To be fair, it was happening during the last session as well. I can't say that it slowed down and then sped up. I'm not going to necessarily link this to cranking. Also, we all know that cranking is not his #1 priority. We know where he's at. Rockets! And this should be 3 folds, I guess. King Jack of strawberries out. King 7 of clubs out. And Wolf calls. Optimistic?
Yeah, very optimistic there. I think, yeah, I mean, you just expect that you're up against a really premium hand, considering Cannon knows they don't have a ton of fold equity. You know, they just straddle that line between having some fold equity against hands like Queen 10 suited, but not against, you know, big pairs.
Yeah. And look, Wolf is the hero I want to believe in. This player who satellited in for $5.50, came in as chip leader. It's still a big stack, but just one hand at a time. Let's not get overcommitted. And, okay, this might work. It didn't.
Yeah, I think they're going to need to follow up with some additional barrels if they want it to work. But so far, not deterred, but just a really small sizing, you know, about a third pot. Not sure if they're going to have a believer out of Suri, but they did. So far, you know, they just haven't gotten caught. I think that's the thing, is like once you catch Wolf, because even the Queen 10 suited calling it off, it's probably not a call, but it's not terrible, right? And so people just need to see.
I hope Wolf doesn't get carried away with A7 suited here, because...
Yeah.
No. Ascar folds the 10-9, and Sound Lover adds to their stack.
And I'm also not rooting against Wolf either. It's just that I don't really want Stapes to be right. What was Stapes' prediction? That he wasn't going to be the chip leader deep, or he just wasn't going to be around when we get down to the final couple
No,
tables.
he wasn't going to be chip leader for that much longer. And to be fair, that prediction has already come true. And unfortunately, Wolf is working their way down the leaderboard, and Wolf is on the verge of dropping out of the top 10 right now.
Yeah, Velasco has a very clear shove here, does take the spot.
Ace-9 suited. Raises. All are done with 7s.
Yeah, a little tight, but obviously just doesn't really know how to proceed with 20 bigs against an under the gun opener with a hand like 7s.
This is definitely a case of just when I thought I was out, they pulled me back in. Just when I thought we'd moved on from Bond, along comes Jimmy Bluffett and asks, best Bond movie, James Hartigan. As discussed on the podcast last year, we did a retrospective on Casino Royale, the 2006 version, not the 1967 comedy. It was the film's 15th anniversary. We talked about the movie. We analysed the poker scenes with the film's poker consultant, Dr. Tom Sambrook. I believe that it is probably the single best entry in the franchise. It is the best Bond film. And I managed to squeeze in a plug for the podcast there as well. Check out that episode if you haven't listened to it. We actually got Tom Sambrook to go back onto his laptop and dig out the notes he made from the shoot in the Czech Republic, including the entire hand history of that final hand. The starting stacks, the pre-flop action, the post-flop action. In the movie, we join the hand on the turn. So it's hard to know how they got to that point. And actually, hearing his analysis, and also as soon as you accept that at least 2 of the people in that hand are really bad at poker, it makes more sense than you think it does when you first watch the film. Such Sweet Thunder. The one with Woody Allen is the least terrible of the 2. Easy. Look, I appreciate everyone's entitled to their opinion, but you're wrong and you're banned.
Oh, wow, is that our first ban of the day, by the way? Because that's surprising. That might be, though.
I know. What's that, like 1 hour and 27 minutes?
You guys are on your best behavior this Monday, or Stapes is just a little more lenient so far.
Well, he did say he was only giving, what was it, 60, 70% effort today?
True.
Again with the Rockets. Dark JF, the worst one in the franchise. Die another day. And seriously, it is all subjective. I mean, I was joking there, but there'll be some people who don't like Casino Royale, bizarrely, and there'll be some people who will defend Die Another Day.
Who was the Bond in Die Another Day?
Pierce Brosnan.
Oh, well, then don't get, like, we're going to be on opposite sides of that one just because I really love Pierce Brosnan. So.
Look, I really like Daniel Craig, but not all of his movies were good. CGI kite surfing. That's all I'm going to say. Oh, thank you, Marco97, for gifting some subs. Neek says Daniel Craig is very poor. I don't think so. I think you'll find he gets paid a lot of money. I think Daniel Craig is doing very, very well for himself. I mean, famously, Sean Connery felt that he got screwed by the producers. He felt that the contract he was on meant that he didn't make as much as he deserved. Since then, I think everyone who's played Bond has done all right out of it.
But ultimately, Sean Connery got the last laugh, like generally speaking, right? Sean Connery's been
You say that he was.
incredibly-
I mean, yes. I mean, he got paid an absolute mint for coming back one more time in Diamonds Are Forever. But he actually gave all the money to charity. He didn't pocket that. He did it mainly to get his charity off the ground and to get a movie deal with United Artists. But he was still very bitter, right up until the end, about the way that he was treated by Broccoli and Saltzman. When the film franchise started and when they realized this was really lucrative, they renegotiated their distribution deal with United Artists multiple times, and they never really looked out for Connery. And he very much felt hard done by. Everyone else was getting rich off this, and he was getting paid not a bad salary, but nothing that was going to set him up for life. And he resented Broccoli and Saltzman for most of his life, and I think it was only in the mid-1990s when he learned that Broccoli was sick that he basically felt that it probably was time to kind of make amends before the guy died. But yes, I agree with you, Maria, in the sense that the films created Sean Connery. They launched his career, and he had a very successful career after that, but you know, he didn't see it that way. And I remember, I think it was 2002 or was it 2012? It was 2012. It was the 50th anniversary of the James Bond movies. Hold on, we've got an all in here, but I don't think it's getting called. They had a special celebration at the Royal Albert Hall for the 50th anniversary, and all of the Bonds were there bar one. And that would have been Connery. And that wasn't due to any other reason than he just didn't like to be associated. He wanted to move on from it.
When this gets back around to Oladan, it's a really tough spot. You know, you really hate to get shoved on after you open with Ace-Jack, but it just feels like you're going to be in pretty bad shape. Obviously, Askar's kind of new to the table, so you don't have a lot of information on the way that they play. Perhaps, you know, if you believe that they're not shoving the correct ranges against your open. Yeah, I like the fold, though.
Canna Grower all in. Are we going to see a flip against Wolf? Canna Grower's done all right in flips, but I kind of like, I don't know which way I want this one to go, Maria, because I don't want to see a player eliminated, but equally, I'm not sure I can stomach the implosion of Wolf.
Yeah, I mean, I think Wolf has to call in this spot with tens, but certainly, are they going to come out ahead? Not so far.
Ah, that is a double up for Canna Grower, and Wolf now a below average stack, and we are switching. Who do we have?
Why are
at
we
this
switching
table,
now
I hear you
before the
ask?
implosion?
Don't
But
worry,
what
we'll
about
keep
watching-
tabs. We will keep tabs on Wolf. I can tell you the reason why we've moved across to this table is we've got Tiwi55, who is the current chip leader with 11.6 million. We've got Cantaloupe91, who is twisting my melon man, and Cantaloupe91 took down the Scoop main event last year. The low buy-in version of the Scoop main event is also a WCOOP title holder as well. And because we've spent so much of our time talking about Bond, as per, Liao L with the Roger Moore avatar.
Genio definitely should find a way, yes, to come with a bet after turning more equity with that open-ended straight draw. And Pablo, you know, understandable calling the flop, but that's a pretty sticky turn call, I would say. I mean, when you show up with 9 high, it kind of feels like a natural spot to bluff, but looks like they're giving up, possibly because the flush comes in, and that's clearly something that could very likely be in Pablo's hand, calling both flop and turn there.
Yeah. Piatnich all in with ace-10. Pablo with ace-7. He shoves to isolate. Domination Nation. And Piatnich. Oh!
Oh,
It's a chop
chop
pot!
it.
And Maria, you know what they say. Everyone
Everyone loves a chop pot.
Okay, I'll take it. I'm told by the jury that that was not bad. I will take not bad.
It's just about if you're still overcompensating this week or not, James, for my delay. So are you? Do you feel like you came in when you were supposed to?
I think so. Because it's the first one, I found it very, very hard to judge what the delay is this week because it's never consistent. It varies from week to week and sometimes hour to hour. Tom says James half a second early. Now I trust Tom, so that gives me a sense of the lag this week. So I will adjust should another chop pot occur during this session.
But then Stapes is going to come back and just mess everything up, per usual.
Well, Marcel says not good. Do you know what else isn't good? Not being able to join the chat anymore.
There's always a contrarian, you know. People say it's above average, and there's always one that wants us to believe that we sucked.
There is the prospect of a huge flip here. ZPB has opened with jacks. Tiwi, chip leader, 3 bets with ace-king.
Yeah, about 35 bigs effective for the jacks here, so feels like a pretty standard get-in. Certainly, you would expect that Tiwi will have some light 3 bets, especially being the chip leader at the table.
Oh, wow. All in for 7.5. The biggest pot we've seen so far. Huge all in, and jacks hold. That means ZPB takes the chip lead. Dominant chip leader with 32 players remaining. Z from Brazil, nearly 15.5 million.
Somebody have eyes on Wolf? Are they still around? We need an update.
Wolf currently has 3.8 million, his 20th of the 32 remaining players. Don't worry, Maria. Don't panic. Oh, snowmans.
Nom 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 nom.
Ace Jack opening. We've got Ace King again for former chip leader Tiwi 55. And question, is this a call with Ace Jack suited? Working on the assumption that Jack 3 and 5-3 will fold.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a tough one. 19 bigs effective, shoving over your pretty early position open. I think that's a good fold without any additional information. Of course, it was also a huge chunk of Genio stack to call off. And as long as you don't think Tiwi is just going to be super tilted from losing that flip a few hands before, then I think that Ace Jack is going to be a fold there.
from NL on the button with ace king. Could get action from Z with Kojak. And out flops from NL. This is how you hold on to the chip lead and build that chip lead in MTTs, ladies and gentlemen. That's right, John. Dom Rot. Domination rotation in Z's favor. 318 the C-bet.
Yeah, from NL can definitely choose to continue with a barrel. Of course, remembering that when you are up against the big blind defending range, there's certainly a lot of hands you could push them off of if you follow up. I don't know if King Jack is one of them, but obviously if you want to attack the middle pairs, the 4X, the Deuce X type hands that would have called to see one more card and then decide, then certainly this bet is going to work a pretty high percentage of the time against those weak holdings.
Well, Z still has the best of it. Pair of jacks still good. 5.7 million near enough in the middle, and from NL with 6.7 million behind.
And from NL's bet on the turn was very sizable. It was more than pot. So it definitely takes some of the draw type hands out of Z's range. So I think it's smart to give up there.
And Z now up over 18 million. In the number one position as the blinds go to 125, 250, and Z has the snowmans.
Nom nom. Nom nom.
King 5 opens on the button. 8 shove. Closing in on the 20 million mark now. Oh, T-Wing's got rockets. Oh,
Okay.
what animal is that in Pablo Paul's avatar?
Huh.
But yes, more importantly, we've got Queens, Ace, King, and 9s here. Weirdly styled dog is the suggestion from Outdated Meme. Yeah, I don't like it. Not a fan. Dog with a mohawk, a couple of people suggest. Yeah, definitely not a fan. Would block that one. Definitely would block that one.
9 certainly shrink up when you're faced with a raise and a 3-bet in front of you, but obviously from NL has a very clear shove.
And it will be the sickest and classicest of all races. From NL needs Queens to hold. They are holding. They're good. And that is a double up. And now it's from NL, who has the chip lead with 13.8 million. ZPB drops down to second. And we've got the players first and second in chips at this feature table. From NL, by the way, playing from Malta. ZPB, as we established a short while ago, is Brazilian. And the player who's third in chips right now is Morten Munkberg, playing from Denmark. Ace for raise. A lot of people still asking about Wolf. 22nd in chips with 32 remaining. Still alive. Oh, wow. Well, it's ace-queen at risk, and ace-queen is going to hold. Lots of players with below average stacks, Miriam. I mean, not everyone's in the hyper danger zone like Piatnich, but average chips nearly 6 million, and loads of players around 3 or 4 million. Clubs. Nope. Down to 31. 2K to Piatnich for that 32nd place finish. So Wangwis 8. This is kind of a random question, but only a number of states in the US can play online. Are there ever any Americans that go deep in the Sunday Million? No, and I'll tell you why. PokerStars operates in 3 US states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and New Jersey, but you can only play against players in those markets. So they're what we call closed markets. Pennsylvania players play against other players in Pennsylvania, same in Michigan, same in New Jersey. They're not part of the global platform that runs the Sunday Million. Now, you might find the odd American who has moved to another part of the world, maybe Canada or Mexico, but they don't count as Americans because by relocating, they'd be playing under the flag of a different country.
Liao has the type of hand where, you know, when you're faced against a button open, you might want to try to find a way to see the flop, but you are a little bit short. So if you're not really willing to go all in, oh, well, you know, sometimes you flop flushes, but you folded.
Bet of 300,000. Ace high, the best hand. Z with the wheel draw and the nut flush draw raises to just over $1 million.
Yeah, certainly feels like enough equity to play it aggressively here. And from NL, it's going to be kind of tough, I think, to continue normally, but
It's the wheel.
definitely want to take into consideration the sizing here because your hand is so strong. You have the redraw to the nut flush as well. You certainly want to make it a size that your opponent can continue with a lot of perhaps pair and a flush draw type hands. I mean, here you see that from NL is a lot weaker than that.
So Z back in the catbird seat. 14.3 million from NL. Pretty much tied in second place with G. Hafner, another one of the Brazilian players in the top 10. We still see a lot of Brazilian flags on the leaderboard. And Wolf fans will be pleased to know that our German qualifier is still in contention. 23rd in chips, a stack of 3.6 million. Wolf, who we saw at our first feature table today, satellited in for $5.50 as a low-stakes player who is now guaranteed at least $2,081. Next money jump when we're down to 26. That's an additional $800. Yeah, I'm the same as you, Chris. I can't say that now without going, the wheel. The wheel. King 5 of diamonds, and Pablo Pool is all in. Down to 29 now. Rusty asks, any Romanians left? It is the year of Romania, so you'd hope so. Let me just have a quick scan through the lobby. Andorra has a flag that's not dissimilar, but no is the answer. Sorry, it does not look like Romania is represented in the final 28.
I think given Tiwi's stack, yeah, you don't necessarily want to attack the limp too often because they could certainly have some limp shoves there from the small blind.
And Tiwi is our Canadian former chip leader who lost a huge hand to go below average, keeping their head above water right now, 4.7 million. And now Genio, all in with ace-jack. Blinds up in 4 minutes' time. We'll put more pressure on the short stacks when they go to 150, 300. Queen 9 against Queen 9.
Yeah, definitely a great spot to continue in position. I like this sizing because it does make a lot of the weak second pair and bottom pair hands not be able to come along, but both players now with a pair.
Yeah, and from NL is free rolling here. This will be a chop most of the time, but the Queen of Diamonds is a nice card to have in this spot.
Wow, really interesting lead here. I think when you call the flop and then lead the turn, you're really representing a really nutted hand. I mean, you wouldn't even do that with two pair here, right? For value, you would only really be doing it with straights or flushes.
I think there's a very strong chance that we're going to get another shot at a performance.
Yeah, it's just about, you know, do you want to fire again when you perceive that perhaps your pair of nines has some showdown value?
And the check from Z. And from NL.
Yeah, definitely trying to think about the hands that they could get Z to fold, right? Because you have that Queen of Diamonds in your hand that you can use fairly effectively as, you could represent, you know, a flush and perhaps the highest straight, the queen jack, but does end up going for the showdown.
Indeed, checks it back. That means it's a chop pot, and you know what they say.
Everyone loves a chop pot. James.
Better or worse?
I don't want to be the one to say it, but I felt like you took a little longer that time than the first time. But maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Oh.
I kind of like, I was only meant to adjust by half a second, and I think I probably adjusted by a full second. Look, it's hard.
Yeah.
It's hard. We need to get back to a situation where we're going to live poker events and we're all in the same room.
Oh.
Then no one has an excuse. Then it's basically going to be, you know, it's going to be bring out the cane if there's any chop pot transgressions. Just to be clear, I'm joking. We don't actually beat our commentators with a stick. we have a machete. Jack 10 opens here. And blinds are up. 153. One player away from being down to the final 3 tables. 2 players away from the next money jump. I noticed that Morten Munkberg has come to the table. That is one of the big stacks. Morten currently 3rd in chips. The chip leader right now is actually G. Hafner, who's got 19 million. From NL 2nd in chips, Morten 3rd in chips, Z 4th in chips. So we've got 2, 3, and 4 on the leaderboard at this table. And yes, we are 9-handed once again because we are down to 27. The last 3 tables. Wolf is currently 19th on the leaderboard with 4.3 million.
Hang in there, Wolf.
I love the fact that poor old Morten chose a username that's so long, could be their real name for all I know, that it's in a slightly, well, significantly smaller font than literally every other player at the table. Morten Munkberg 2 opens.
Goes for a sneaky little check back on the flop. That's a great point by Clonchi, saying it was Morten Munkberg without the 2 already taken. I mean, that's a great point. Hard to believe that it wasn't available.
Good to know that we have at least 2 Morten Munkbergs on stars. There are 12 Pablo pools, at least 91 cantaloupes, 55 Tiwis, 18 Duckuses.
I think you can't call here with the 6-5 even against a min open just because the jacks opening off of that stack size feels like you're not really going to find yourself in too favorable of a position. A lot of the times, you know, you're not going to know where you're at when you flop second pair, for example.
Any chance that Pablo gets pushed off jacks here, Maria?
Well, that check back on the flop by Pablo makes it a little bit easier, I think, to at least call this barrel on the turn. And now it just really depends on what From NL chooses to do with this type of hand. You know, it's a hand where you feel like you could potentially win at showdown. You're not quite sure if you bet if you could get called by worse. So when you kind of find yourself in that bit of a gray area, it might just end up being prudent to check, perhaps. Yeah, I mean, this sizing looks like they're trying to get called by, you know, some ace high type hands, but you have to remember that Pablo certainly, when they check back the flop, yeah, has a lot of these strong middle pairs that beat queens and sixes.
Well, we are switching, and yes, we see Wolf in action once again, but the main reason we've come across here, Maria, is because of G. Hafner. Whilst that hand was playing out, at this table, G. Hafner eliminated Askar, and Hafner, you'll see, now has 23 million. Has the Snowmen's.
Nom nom. Nom nom.
Goes check with ace-king. Are we going to see a flip here? No. But still,
Wow.
a monster lead. 23 million for the chip leader, 13 million for Morten Munkberg, too, who's second. Ollerden with the Rockets. Wolf.
Oh, but we know that Wolf loves these suited connected hands. Could get them in some trouble.
Fortunately, not too much trouble. Aces again, this time for the chip leader. Raises 3 bets rather to 1.575 million. It was Surrey who opened with ace 10. Up to 24 million now. 25 players remaining, so that means we have played through that money ladder I was talking about. So we are in a situation now where everyone is guaranteed $2,825. Next money jump when we're down to 17 at the final 2 tables. Adrian Turk, all in with Kojak, folds.
Oh, wow. James, how could I forget to ask you about how you're feeling about the 49ers losing?
It's so funny because Joe asked me before we started today's session, and I actually woke up this morning and completely forgot the game was last night, and it wasn't until lunchtime that I saw the result.
Oh, you didn't even watch it?
The time difference, Maria. It's on the middle of the night here.
Yeah, but you could have watched it today. Just, you know, it's not the same as watching it live.
I got up and had to go to work. No, as I said, I kind of forgot that it was happening as well. I had low expectations. I didn't even think the game would be that close. So
they were both great games. They were exciting.
I'm actually,
sad
if I'm going to take a silver lining from the result, it's that at least I think it means they can ask some serious questions now about whether they have the right player at the quarterback position.
Huh.
I don't think Jimmy Garoppolo is the future of this franchise, and I also think they've been incredibly lucky to get that far in the playoffs, to get to the NFC Championship. They got lucky against Dallas, and they got lucky against Green Bay.
Do you think it's like he's not a fit given the rest of the roster, or you just don't think he's that good?
No, I just think he's... I believe that the kind of polite expression is he's a game manager. I just don't think there's anything particularly dynamic about him. I think they have a very solid run offense, but he's just... When you're behind and you need a really strong quarterback to kind of, you know, marshal a score in the 2-minute offense, he's not that guy.
Okay, so what we need is Tom Brady to come out of his supposed retirement and go to the 49ers. Is what it sounds like.
I do think we talked about this a little bit last week. I mean, there's every possibility that something weird happens, right? Like Aaron Rodgers decides he doesn't want to be with Green Bay anymore and he becomes available. Anywho, as far as the poker's concerned, we have made it to the second break. With 24 players remaining in this half-price Sunday Million, we saw the chip leader at our feature table, G. Hafner from Brazil, leads with 24.5 million. Morten Munkberg 2 from Denmark is second on the leaderboard with 13 million. And hey, Wolf, the qualifier from Germany, still alive, 20th place, just a 5-minute break. And then we will continue with the action. So we've established that no, I did not watch the NFC Championship, but Joe, I did watch some live sport yesterday that you guys would have missed out on because, again, time differences. I think it was the middle of the night for the West Coast. It was the Australian Open tennis final, and that was an incredible game because it saw Rafa Nadal, a player who was formerly associated with PokerStars, make an incredible comeback from being 2 sets down to win his 21st Grand Slam. He was tied with Novak Djokovic and Roger Federer for 20 slams, now is unquestionably the GOAT of the men's game. Should point out that a player called Serena Williams already had 21 Grand Slam titles, but it seems we were ignoring women yesterday, and Nadal has now achieved that first in the men's game. It was an incredible performance, especially when you consider, 35 to me is still young, but as a sports star, it is getting on in life, and many people have already retired by their mid-30s. But there was a small detail about yesterday's game that I became obsessed with. Match that I became obsessed with. It's really weird to see someone in a professional sports match wearing a watch. And look, I know that many of these sports stars have endorsement deals. Roger Federer, for example, is a face of the Rolex brand, and Roger does it brilliantly. As soon as the game is over and they go back to their bags and then they do the interviews afterwards, at that point he somehow grabbed the watch, put it on his wrist, and finds a way to stand in that classic kind of pose to make sure that the watch gets in vision and he showcases the brand. But of course, number one, some players don't want to play with anything on their wrist. It's distracting. Number two, if you are the ambassador for a luxury watch brand, you don't generally play sports with a luxury watch on your wrist because it's likely to get smashed. Maybe you'll play with like a smartwatch or a G-Shock or something like that. Rafa Nadal was wearing a Richard Mille. Now, these are designer watches that retail for like 6 figures normally, like $250,000, $300,000. And I'm like, well, that's brave. Not a huge fan, by the way. I think they're a little bit gaudy and a little bit flex culture, but that's by the by. That's personal preference. I do know they're worth a lot of money, so I was slightly surprised to see that. And I looked it up. Rafa Nadal's Richard Mille is the Rafael Nadal limited edition, a bespoke design done to celebrate him as a professional tennis player. It's a limited edition of 50 pieces, and the only one I could find for sale was retailing for $1.75 million. So the guy is running around a tennis court with a piece of jewelry on his wrist, which is worth nearly $2 million, which he could very easily have damaged. But hey, I guess with his money, he could potentially easily afford another one. But it's not something you see every day.
I think brave might have been the wrong word for that. I don't know if it's bravery that causes someone. I think we're misusing the word bravery there. I also have to imagine if something were to happen to that watch, like it getting hit by like 100-mile-per-hour serve, maybe the brand would be like, there's another one. Because I don't think of the 50 that they made, there's probably 46 of them still sitting around in boxes. Because if I'm going to buy a $1.75 million watch, guess what? It's going to have my name on it. Not some random, he's not random, but not some professional tennis player. It's going to be about me.
I mean, Joe, I think you will really have made it. You will be, I would say, unquestionably the GOAT in poker if Richard Mille is designing a limited edition luxury watch with your face/name/personal touch to it.
Look, I got one of these Richard Milles here. You guys ever heard of this? Old Ricky made a watch for me.
I mean, look, if you deal with one of the kind of like companies that operate on AliExpress, I'm sure they can put your name on a watch, drop ship straight out of China. You know, you can probably get them for like $5 wholesale, ship them on for whatever you want to charge retail. That, I think, is your kind of market.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
Support local businesses.
I think players are going to be returning from break very shortly, so let's get back to the tables and let me hand over proceedings to Joe Stapleton and Maria Ho.
Hello, my babies. Welcome back. The half-price Sunday Million, January 31st, 2022. Joe Stapleton, Maria Ho, goes check, goes raise. Jack 10, late position. Facing the Snowmen's in the big blind. All done.
Yeah, certainly the shove incoming is very standard off of that stack size, and I don't think goes check can call with that type of holding.
No, they cannot, despite the fact that we know it was a race. Thanks, everybody, hanging out with us on this Monday morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world.
Yeah, and I see a lot of happy Lunar New Year's in the chat, so yes to everybody that celebrates, and thank you. Year of the Tiger? Yeah, that sounds right.
I was going to say the Lunar New Year. That explains why Wolf has gone so deep. Howling at the moon.
Well, your prediction was accurate.
Yeah.
But
no offense, just playing way too many hands. You know, you just can't. It's just, I'm not saying you can't. You can't hit every single hand because people have done it. We've all seen Jamie Gold's main event run, but it's just relatively unlikely. Velasco, no bad, getting shoved down from the button. This seems like a pretty easy call-off, does it not, Maria?
Yes,
there it is.
Absolutely.
Ace-high holding. And ace-high gets done dirty on the river. Pair of kings for all done. And that's it. Elimination for Velasco, no bad. Velasco, no ladder, out in 24th. $2,800. Next ladder was not for a while. We're in a pretty solid pay bracket here. Not until 17th place. Will there be another?
Oh.
And, speaking of...
One for Maria.
Wait, hold on a second. Oh, this is definitely one for Maria. Against an under-the-gun open, too. Goes check a little bit too strong with the ace-jack suited and flops 2 hearts.
Yeah, and G. Havner, you know, has some places to go with this king 4 of diamonds with 1 diamond on board, and of course...
Yeah, some places to go. They can go to the muck. They can go in the bin. They go into the center of the table. They can go home. Continuation bet for the G.
Yeah, it's just not going to work here, though.
Yeah, all right. You make it look good. Sure. It's fine. Goes check. It goes boom on that flop. Gets the fold.
Who is that ginger kid in Adrian's avatar? Is this like from a movie? Is it just...
Hopefully Adrian's actual ginger kid, because I think using a ginger kid that is not your own kid is kind of weird. In addition to already being weird, the existence of a ginger kid. Here comes one for Stapes.
Ugh. Shouldn't even count.
My point is, Maria, that when this happens to you, I think it's weighted enough towards very strong hands that you don't really have to be that annoyed to fold King Jack in that spot.
Actually, yes. I think King Jack offsuit is probably one of those hands that even if they were weighted towards a bluff, you just fold anyways because you might find it tricky to navigate in post. But I wouldn't say it's super clear nowadays, you know, that people are having strong value out of the big blind so much more often than not.
Well, what's great is that anyone that plays against me in poker hears me do this. They just know they can just bluff me out of the big blind 100% of the time. Interesting theory from Wendy is Beth, who says that Ginger Kid might be Prince Harry. It might be.
I don't really. I'm not sure.
I don't think so, but whatever. I like to yes and my friends.
Seven's definitely going in the middle here, but
Ooh.
Okay, maybe just wants to see a safe flop. I don't know.
I remember
That's not going to be a...
In the never aired Joe Stapleton charity tournament, you made fun of me for wanting to see a safe flop with something like jacks, I think.
Yeah, but
You were
what
like,
are you going to do here when
honey,
you...
Were you trying to wait for
What
a
do you-
safe flop with jacks? And that's
What are you going to do here,
like,
though,
yeah.
when that flop looks terrible for sevens, but you're actually ahead, right? Like,
I mean,
let's see the
it's a
cards
great
face
point.
up. Let's know where we're at.
I would just muck face up right now, even though there's action behind me. That's what I would do. As I do at least once every time I play live poker.
Letting G get away with murder here.
Lazo Bia says, I think Wendy is right. Google has some similar pictures.
Well, Wendy is actually Beth, and Beth is clearly a big Prince Harry fan, because I would not have known just by looking at that. Although he is probably one of the most famous gingers next to Ed Sheeran. You know, it's close.
Domination Nation, Blanjaja turning the nuts. At least for the turn, it was the nuts. That was interesting. Does Blanjaja know that we're playing no limit? I'm seeing some limit-esque raises and flat calls. King in Tight says, isn't his name Henry? Whose name? If you're talking about Henry, then yes. Thank you for your question. If you're talking about Harry, then no. I mean, actually, I don't know. Maybe Harry's real name is Henry. I don't think so, but not really a royal. Oh, there you go. Henry's name is indeed Henry. There you go. Thank you, Lazo. Thank you for your comment. Down to 20. 20 players. Ooh, and second from the bottom is Wolf.
Yeah, but if Wolf's hand holds up here, I think the ace-jack is going to go all in, and they might be able to absorb those chips, get a double up. Okay, all I know is if Blanche folds to this raise off of their stack when they elected to just open instead of shove themselves. Okay, I was going to... Now I don't have to say anything mean.
I think Blanche did a really great job of keeping some of their chips behind here. You don't go all in. You don't go broke. You're still alive. Chip in a chair, all that. Blanche can now get it in with pocket sixes, but with less than a big blind, it's going to be tough. Okay, there you go. And Blanche JJ is going to be up against the JJ of Surrey. Adrian.
Nah.
Out. Not quite a flip. Gonna need a lot of help here. Blanche JJ. No spade either. Yikes. That's it. Hit the road, Blanche. Out in 20th place.
Oh, no. Don't do it. Don't limp, Wolf. I know you like the suited connected hands, but don't do it.
I think if anyone in chat would know what royal people are named, it's King in Tights. So.
Think that the eights is an easy shove there.
And not so easy a call with the Sam Grafton. G. Hafner opening things again with a 21 million chip stack. Pretty cool. Not
Yeah, and so
bad.
I definitely don't mind seeing some of their liberal wider opens. You definitely want to continue to put a lot of pressure on all of the other stacks at your table.
Keep your liberal wide open agenda off this stream. Defend from Wolf with the deuces, and Wolf may be back in this. Top pair for
definitely.
Hafner. Bottom set. Wolfie Spirit going bananas in the chat.
Yeah, and I think this fast play is definitely going to work out when G has connected with the flop so well. Certainly,
Yeah.
you know, if you imagine that Wolf is going to do this with worse kickers with their top pair.
G.
Yeah.
Hafner dead on the turn, and Wolf is right back in it, up to 12 million. Hafner down to 15. Wolf goes from 17 of 18 to 6 of 18. Oh, man, sets are just the best.
Oh, this could be quite the collision, and one of these players might just miss out on the pay jump.
That is correct. We are on a bubble right now.
Does Oladon get away?
Jacks are covered in this situation. Surrey with the pre-flop nuts. All the money is in. Adrian needs, nope. There's nothing Adrian can hit once that
Before
ace
you can get
spikes
the
on the
words out of
turn.
your mouth.
Well, the ginger child debate has come to a close. GG. G. Hafner. And we have all made some more money. By we, I mean you. I get paid exactly the same. And it looks like we're going to be flipping King Jack versus tens. A fast escalation of this hand. 9 million in the middle. Tens hold. Sorry. Gets doubled through. Switching. 2 tables remaining.
Here's the part where they let us commentate on both tables simultaneously.
Okay, you do the left one. I'll do the right one.
Cool.
I'll go on the right. And a Marco at 7-6 of diamonds.
We got the
into
ace
king,
queen here.
Queen Jack, 2 clubs from NL with the club draw.
Oh, all in
Raises
from the
also
small blind.
open-ended.
Oh,
Ooh, I won.
now we'll never know what happens to the ace queen.
We'll find out what happens to this ace queen, and it's probably not going to be good. Zapub. This table's pretty solid. Nice choice. From No Limit. Folds Jack 7. Liao back with the Bond Vitar.
Yeah, and I think it's fine to just call here with a hand like ace queen. You know, certainly you would expect. I mean, okay, I said it's fine. I think it's okay.
I think that nothing about that run out was okay for ace queen with the ace on the flop. Pretty tough to come back from that. And there goes the James Bond avatar. Shot in the eye. 17th place. Nearly $4,000 though. $3,800 now. Pretty cool for a $50 buy-in. Outdated meme says that one hurt through this screen. Yeah. Yeah, blockers have been particularly not real today. Usually they're just mostly not real. They've been really not real today. Bottom pair for Z Pub, who is now Top of the heap from Brazil.
Yeah. This sizing does make bottom pair really tough to continue just because you can't expect to get to showdown easily or cheaply, and so does let it go.
Pocket hacks here for And Matos with another unfortunate child as an avatar. Heavy as the crown. All spade, monotone flop. Jack's still good. Continuation bet.
Yes. Small bet does the trick.
Oh, Uncle Jonesy says it's not a child Stapes, it's Peter Dinklage. And I do see Peter Dinklage. Look at this. We have people. We have small people with crowns sitting next to each other. Dinklage way off about Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs.
Right. I was just going to ask about that. I just read a headline, so I don't really know what all transpired, but
Yeah.
he was not happy.
Apparently it's not the dwarfs he has a problem with, it's the coal mining. Z-Pub raising pocket sixes. Man, these ace-deuce defends, like these bad ace defends in the big blind, I hate them. I hate doing it. Look, you're just like, all right, what did I do this for? Okay, sure, I can hit running diamonds. I can hit the diamond on the turn like nobody's business. Like, I don't know, 80, 90% of the time. It's the one after that that's hard. It's a board nobody can possibly like.
Yeah, definitely not great for either player's holding. But I don't think that, you know, for Cohen, probably can't expect to win at showdown.
Yeah, absolutely understand a bet there from sixes. You don't want like a just be up against the 7 there. Let them get all the way to showdown with it. Dukas. Ace 9. Suited. Under the gun raise. Here you go. Nice timing. Down to 15 players already. Wasn't it 24 like 13 minutes ago?
Sure was. This one's been going fast. And it's the same structure, even though it's half price, right?
It's not exactly the same structure. No, the structure
Okay.
does sort of fluctuate slightly week to week depending on what's going on. I wouldn't say that there's like it's the same length of levels, I believe. It's just sometimes there's some levels that appear or disappear depending on what kind of field size they're expecting.
Okay, so maybe a little bit of it is a result of that, but maybe there's just, you know, there's so many players, a ton of entries, and just some more wild cards just getting in the mix.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's part of it. Also, you know, anecdotally, we have just been seeing like plenty of just big hands matching up against each other. You know, relatively short average, and you know, when you get ace, queen, and aces, and the effective stack is like 28 big blinds, it's pretty tough for anything else to happen. Besides it all going in. Ace queen does bet with the best of it, gets a fold from king 10. Cohen 8 with jack 10 folds. Well, offsuit sourdough for Tiwi 55.
Yeah, I mean, you're not really going to get many better spots off of your stack size than it being folded to you on the button.
Got the almost all in, gets through. One reason for that might be that there is another pay jump if you can make it to 13th.
Can we talk about how sourdough is probably my favorite type of bread? It's not
Really?
underrated, right? Like a lot of people like sourdough.
I think
Right,
sourdough is so overrated. Like, I almost, yeah.
Have you had like Boudin Bakery sourdough?
I mean,
'Cause
I've had
think
lots
you
of
might change your
well-regarded
mind.
sourdough. It's just such a lazy dough. The reason why people make it so much is because it's like not difficult to do.
Well, I've never made my own bread before, even during the pandemic. I didn't, so I know a lot of people
Wow,
did.
sick brag. Sick Brad, you could afford to not make your own bread during the pandemic like the rest of us. And Mato betting with the best of it, pocket sevens. Gets a fold from the pub. Like, you would rather have sourdough bread than a French baguette or like an Italian loaf of bread? Are you nuts?
No, but like against the everyday stuff, like wheat, white, rye, you know, because it's one of the like breakfast options. When you go to a place and get breakfast, they have like 4 or 5 bread options, and sourdough is usually one of them. They don't have like ciabatta as an option.
I like bread and ciabatta. That's a straight for Zum Zum. Oh,
Yeah,
Master Muschenberg with your sevens. Boo.
What did you say this person's screen name was?
Master Muschenberg? I don't know. I can't. There's too many letters. It's so small.
Oh.
Morton Munkberg. That's a cool name.
I
hope that's the real
like
name.
yours better though.
Mr. Muschenberg. Got a kick-ass Duke up here. Making it 828 with King 7 of Hearts.
Oh,
baby.
wow. I like
Chip
it,
leader
Z,
gonna
you
chip
know?
lead. Yeah.
Absolutely.
TV with the ace queen. Let's go. Good luck, all in player. Oh, wait, just kidding. Sorry, you're going to be up against Mushy Merkenberg. Domination Nation. King on the flop. Not looking good for ace queen. Hopes brings a turn with the club, and it drills on the river. Flush.
You know,
Double up.
TV's been pretty patient to find that spot, so I mean, can't even really be mad about it.
You can be mad after they get there and then hit you with the tissues, though.
True.
All right, hear me out. Hear me out on this one, Maria. Hear me out on this one.
Okay.
A poker site, an online poker site, or even like a section or a certain tournament, okay, that takes karma into account. So, like, if you're a really, really nice player, you get like a couple extra percentage points on your all-ins.
How do they determine if you're nice?
Like something like that, like hitting someone with a box of tissues after you suck out of them, you're gonna go like you're gonna lose a little bit of karma points. Now, I'm not saying you automatically do it. Trips here for Dukas.
Okay.
I don't know. How does God do it? Ask him for his algorithm.
I like it. I just feel like it could be a little bit subjective what we think is nice enough and what isn't.
No, don't worry. I'll be the person who decides. Oh, this is a terrible term card for Zum Zum.
Yeah, I can't really blame them for trying to perhaps get value out of a jack or a worse ace.
No.
But
From hero to 0.
I mean, Zum must have had a lot of great karma built up if this were
Exactly.
if we had already started
Zum
it.
must be a super nice person. And bets 2.4 into 3.4. I mean, dude, because you could be up against the Royal. You could be up against Pocket Jacks. You could be up against any ace. No, you got to call.
Yeah. And if you don't expect straights or flushes to be betting very often, especially, you know, for this size,
Double
then
paired
it does,
board,
of course, polarize them to having aces full or nothing. But it does seem like really hard to find many bluffs considering the action as played. It just feels like you have to fold. You hate it, but good fold.
What a fold. Dukas avoids the pucus of seeing runner full house there. Avoids the confirmation. I don't know how you do that. I just need confirmation of how bad I run, so I call there. I'm just like, yep, just... Either way, I'm not going to sleep tonight, so just let me see how bad I run. Zum Zum attacking this open from the pub.
Does feel like with a hand like ace jack suited and both of these players being really deep, you might elect to call and come along. Pretty
Yeah,
reasonable.
I guess so, right? Because you can
3-bet
you
sizing.
can win so many chips.
Yeah, and it's a reasonable 3-bet sizing, right? If you maybe your opponent goes 4x, that might change your mind, but 2.8 feels definitely
Oh, goodness. Option
plausible
C.
that this could have happened, right? Exactly. Z has not been one to shy away from these type of big confrontations and big pots.
I had a question about how to proceed in this hand, assuming we were going to see a call, but we didn't. And Zum Zum has been given the opportunity to shut this down without any cards being dealt.
And when your opponent doesn't snap, you're just like, all right, we got you. We got you now.
Switching. Still at 15 players.
Look at Wolf. 13, almost 14 million. We like to see it.
Now, I don't know if we'll be able to discuss that hand at any length, given what happens here. But I just had a question. Like, when let's say you call with ace jack suited there, and the flop comes queen high, no clubs. Can you call that much and like just give up, or do you now have to fight for this pot?
I think it depends a little bit on your opponent's sizing on the flop, whether you want to continue. But I don't think that that's how you should look at it. You shouldn't look at it like, oh, I put in so many chips pre, I really need to be sticky. It really just matters about the board texture, your opponent's sizing, kind of the dynamic you've had with your opponent up until that point. But I mean, I've given up on pots that I feel like I put a lot of chips in the middle pre, and it's just not the right board texture for me to necessarily continue.
Okay, see, there's no like shame in calling that 3-bet there and then just like giving up on really bad boards when facing more aggression. Okay.
No, gosh, no. Stapes, you need to remember that there's nothing to be ashamed of. I think that is one of your problems as well, is, you know, maybe you don't want to be more aggressive in certain spots because if you get called, it might be a little bit embarrassing to turn over a bluff, but you should be proud about putting that type of pressure on your opponents. You know, you should be proud to be like, here, yeah, I tried to bluff you. No, it didn't work, but you know what? At least I tried.
I'll be as proud as Wolf is going to be aggressively playing pocket jacks directly into top pair. Now trips. This could be really bad for Wolf, actually.
Yeah, it could. Because it doesn't seem like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is not
Wolf.
the turn card that I feel like Wolf is going to feel necessarily bad about with their hand. Oh, small sizing too. Interesting.
Right. Sure.
Does keep, worse hands in there if they call, but of course, you always have to be a little bit afraid that your opponent.
Lance?
Oh, wait a second.
Lance Gorka, who just said, imagine a jack?
Oh, my goodness.
Which?
Well, GG, Wolf. It's nice. It was a pleasure to watch you play.
It was a pleasure. Get your Fs out in chat for Wolf right now. Everyone prepare some kind words for Wolf, who's definitely just met their Liam Neeson. There's the all-in, the snap call from Wolf, and GG, good run, G. Hafner, knocking out Wolf. And we are switching down to 14 players. That means it's another pay jump coming at ya. This one's solid. This one's like $1,400. Claunchy noticing that River Jack was the case jack.
I've had the case.
Muckenberg, all in.
I've had the case card hit on the river and it be to my detriment in a live situation, and just that one person at the table who's like, oh shoot, I folded the, and I'm like, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Don't do that. I guess it's not as bad as if they say it first. Cooler alert! Holy schnikes! Zum Zum with the ace queen, and D'Amato ace king, and just to sprinkle a little more pepper on the situation, we got Cohen with king jack and Tiwi with ace jack, and we do finally see an all in from Andamatos.
Yeah, this is just gonna shut out the king jack and the ace jack very clearly, but Zum Zum, I don't know, just 4 bigs? Yeah, it's going to be tough in those positions to get away.
Nation, king high flop, ace queen dead on the turn, double up, and Mato. Not just a double up, but a double up and a catapult to the top of the leaderboard. First in chips as of right now. Zum Zum trying to climb right back on that horse. Raises ace 9, and Mato's like, I got chips now. Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah, and I don't really mind taking a hand like 8-7 suited in position and just seeing a flop. It definitely is a hand that could flop pretty well.
Top pair against second pair. Excuse me, not top pair. Sorry. A pair versus a worse pair is what I meant to say.
Yeah, and I like a check call by Zum Zum. It's definitely getting a little more interesting now.
One more juicy heart on the turn.
Oh.
And there it goes. Runner, runner, flush, and it's aces up for Zum Zum. Boy, we are seeing some real filthy rivers.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think that with this lead, wow, just a call. I was going to say, with the lead, it makes it a little bit easier to fold when your opponent raises, because it's pretty tough for your opponent to raise that river without having it. But it looks like And was just a little bit scared of a higher flush.
The Kofi asked, Joe, did anyone ask you very smart question today? How much for first? How much for the first smart question? I don't know. I'll let you know when I see it. Thank you for your question. Hey, Atong, first time chat with an awesome chat pro comment. How are you scared of a flush there? I'm going to make you regret ever writing in chat for the first time. Thank you for your comment. You're banned. I think the good news is you have a 100% ban rate. You said one thing and it got you banned. Like, that's pretty good. Ace 10 for end motto. Raise and take it. Action folds around to the blinds. Queen Jack with that stack. Reasonable shove. Ace high makes the call, is leading for now. Jack on the turn. Saves Zum Zum. Getting some of those chips back from Endematos. Zum Zum again running into an ace.
Yeah, and so far what I've been able to see from every player at this table is that when they have a big stack, they haven't been afraid to use it, and I like that, and I like that they're able to detect these changes in the dynamic at the table and proceed accordingly. Sometimes, you know, players play the same style regardless of what stack they have, right? And as you guys know, that is so important in terms of game flow to be able to adjust and adapt as the dynamic changes.
Z Pub opening King 10 offsuit here, and Matos on the button with queens, and we can see T-Wee with ace queen suited. Man, you really don't love ace queen when it goes this, but with that stack and suited, I don't know how you get away from that.
Yeah, and especially because Ann Mato has been fairly aggressive and fairly active since they got their hands on a lot of chips. So bearing all of that in mind, if you feel like your opponent here could have some light 3-bets, I feel like ace queen suited is such a good hand. Just so happens that they made a good fold there, but I just think that a lot of the times ace queen suited just has to go in.
Well, not this time. Queens. Don't go back and watch this ad, Mato. That's really gonna really piss me off. Seeing someone full ace queen suited there. Cohen B on the B Utton. 6-5. Man, it feels so terrible folding any hand when it's folded to you in this spot with this number of chips. But it looks like that's what's going to happen. Or do we have a disco? Nope. Well, sort of.
It was a disco, but
there is a pay jump. Good point, Cuttlefish. Thanks for reminding us. Gut shot for Dukas. Jack high out in front for Tiwi. Ace on the turn. Not helpful for any player.
wow, Tiwi continues with the aggression though.
And another fairly coolerish matchup developing here. Ace-King for Zapub. And Mato, we know, likes to play suited connectors. Doesn't this time. Not in as good as position as before. Cohen likely to get out with 9-8, but we got Ace-10 suited from Tiwi and pocket 7s for Dukas.
Yeah, when you have about 20 bigs effective, you know, ace-10 suited does look good, but you're facing an under-the-gun raiser, and if you're not really feeling comfortable, of course, shoving, then I do think calling is a fair option to take here. You just have to be really dialed into knowing where you're at, depending on what comes on the board. And, you know, here, having middle pair, you probably can't feel too comfortable.
So somebody asked where Dukas is from. And this is cool. I like seeing flags I don't recognize. Now, I'm not your typical American. I'm pretty good with the country flags. Dukas is from Ghana. And I got to tell you, I wish more Ghanese players would play because there's a lot of really good puns you can do with Ghana.
Do you see Z just putting Tiwi all in on this flop? There's only 3.6 million in the pot, but, you know, over 2x pot's going to get it done.
You don't really see people call it off in that spot that often anymore. People are pretty conservative, especially on a pay jump.
Yeah, and it definitely confuses people, right? Because I've seen it where somebody makes a huge shove and they just end up having aces right in that spot. Has that not happened to you where they're like, oh, well, why would they bet this big if they had such a strong hand? And they just they're just so nutted there and you're just like, oh, I hate myself. But also sometimes they just have two overs and a gut shot to Broadway and you have to fold second pair as well.
Dukas gets that one through. Pocket eights. The snowmen's. Nom nom. Sourdough under the gun for Cohen. Saw somebody in chat shouting out Cohen B. Our director producer's name. Last name is Cohen. Dukas with ace jack. And we did note that it's not just a pay jump. It's a significant one. It's $1,400. Being sent multiple flags now. What are you showing me, Statrick? What is this? The top is gone. Yeah, with the star in the middle, which is what this person has on their, at least on the leaderboard I'm looking at. And Bolivia has like a little mountaintop in it. All right, back to the action here, which has been significant. Ace-10 in the big blind for Duke as it's Zum with ace-queen suited. And Amato jams with 2 9s. And we are going to be heading to... Well, no, I guess not necessarily. If Zum wants to ladder up. Oh, it's happened. It's already happened.
Okay, maybe they were just waiting to see it before they call it off. Yeah.
Yep. 9's holding. Queen on the turn, though. No club on the river. No 9. That's a double up for Zum. These two cannot stay out of each other's ways. I see. Apparently, it's a glitch of some sort that this player is from Bolivia, but it does show the Ghanaian flag. Tito, who says, it's Cohen 8, though, not Cohen B, or did I miss a funny? No, you didn't miss a funny, but you're a know-it-all and you're annoying. You're banned. Thank you for your comment. Excuse me, I believe it's Cohen 8 instead of Cohen B. Oh. Oh.
What were you like
Snap
in grade
raise.
school, Stapes? Like, tell me.
I was the guy correcting people, Cohen 8 versus Cohen
Okay.
B.
Okay. Yeah, we see how it is. Oh, I loved being teacher's pet when my teacher would like need to take a break to go do like something, whether it's like grade papers or whatever. She would ask me to come up and I would get to read like the book of the day to the whole class. And I got to sit in the chair in the front and I got to show them all the photos, you know, the way that you read the page, you turn the book over and you show the whole class.
Sure.
Oh, it was a dream. I loved being teacher's
I used to
pet.
do that. I also got to sit in the front of the toilet stall with my head being dunked in it. So it was kind of a trade-off. It's Z-Pub and Amato. Taking a flop here. Jack 5 deuce 2 spades. Z-Pub C-bets. Takes the pot.
I think I see this ace 10 going in all day.
Mm-hmm. So we did get through a pay jump. What's the next one? It's the final table. That's it. Now you got a hodl. Nice shove here from Cohen 8. And a very, very, very short all-in here from Muckenberg. Wow. Got it through. Got a 3 big blind shove through.
Yeah, kind of surprising, I think, to see the Queen 10 suited from Zum fold in that spot just because they have the type of chips where they could afford it and they're likely to be ahead of the range. Maybe not like 2 ahead, but, you know, 60-40, 70-30.
Suited. Which is artisanal. Ooh, sourdough suited. Which is. Ooh, sourdough suited.
Okay. All right. We get it. You have access to the buttons. No.
Which is artisanal. Now, who does that go toward? The ace 5 suited out of the big blind. I think that's arguable either way.
It depends on the effective stack sizes, right? Like, I think you're never really gonna be turning that like hand into a bluff against a shorter stack. You just want to realize your equity, see the flop. But if you guys are pretty deep, then you are effectively turning ace 5 suited into a bluff. It's okay. Stapes will go over that later.
T-Wee finally all in, spikes the 10, but it's a queen on the river. T-Wee eliminated? No, okay. Out in 12th, $5,200. Oh boy. Someone just said going fast with eliminations now. Well, Cajun, how do you feel about this Jack, Ace, King suited setup? Flake's asking, any Canadians left in the game? That was the last one. T-Wee, 55. Last Canadian. We're flipping. Jack's holding. And Dukas, 18 from Bolivia/Ghana, is no longer in the tournament. You thought I was going to say Ghana, but I didn't. No longer in the tournament, out in 11th.
And who says Jax is hard to play?
Easy.
Yeah.
So this is the final table bubble, my babies. H for H. Street flash. And just a flash. Good enough. A 9-high flash here. G. Hafner in a difficult spot.
Wow.
Hey, wow.
Doesn't even get a little curious to see one.
Calls with ace-6 and then folds top pair. I mean, we could all take a page from that book and shred it. Flake's always very excited to see ducks, a.k.a. pocket deuces. That gets through. Switching. Flush on the turn for Zapub. And I'm not really sure how Zum Zum was still in this, but now has a gut shot and a better flush draw. River is a 5. Zum Zum does not get there. Checks it over to Zum Zum 077. Who's going to bluff? Don't think this is going to work, however.
Yeah, but I don't hate the bluff, you know. You do have a queen of diamonds in your hand. Makes it just a little less likely your opponent could have a flush in this spot.
And raising a jack-high flush on a paired board. Okay. Buns of steel. No, wait. I think I'm thinking of the wrong thing. Z-Pub up to 41 million in chips. Just want to read this comment from Nude Zealand, who says, commentators always sleeping here on PokerStars. Awake enough to ban you. You banned. Ooh. This could be the final table, kids. Master Monkberg. Ace-King is outflopped by End Matos. 5 spades, no help on the turn. From NL also drawing dead. There goes From. And there goes Master Monkenberg. Eliminated in 10th place. That was for $5,200. Everybody now, congratulations. You've made the final table and you're guaranteed over $7,000.
That is a lot of cash for a $50 buy-in.
Yeah, it sure is. This is really fun. Action folds around Cohen. 8. Re-raised by Aladdin.
Yeah, and that's the shortest stack pretty much. I mean, there is the 8.7 million, but you're on the button. You have a good hand. Granted, you don't expect to get 3-bet too light here. But a lot of times some players would have just even open shoved the king-queen off that stack size. So it doesn't feel too out of the realm of possibility to decide to go with it. Of course, you know, ICM considerations in play here. I mean, if you want to ladder, that is definitely going to be your best bet to do it. But a lot of times players might just go with the king-queen off of that stack.
Cajun 2K1 says, can you do a round of where the players are from? Yes, I most certainly can. Thank you for your question. And Matos makes it 1.2 million with ace-8 suited. And a re-raise from NL. And this makes folding King Jack pretty easy. Maybe Crash Bandicoots.
Oh,
Already
wow.
on break. Nope.
Z,
And
not at all deterred.
what timing raising 2 easily foldable hands.
Yeah.
And picks up a big pot.
Incredible.
And with that, picks up the tournament chip lead. Was already the tournament chip leader, but still putting some distance. ZPB out of Brazil, 46 million in chips. G. Hafner, second in chips with 26 million. We got a 20 million chip disparity between number 1 and number 2 on the leaderboard. And we've got 5 Brazilians in the final 9. James, thank you for coming back. I'll start to
You're
miss
welcome,
you.
Joe. And I guess when we come back from break, we will do the proper international tour. But I think you just absolutely gave the headline there, which is that more than half the lineup at this final table is from Brazil. 5 of the 9 players flying that all too familiar flag, including numbers 1 and 2 on the leaderboard. But yeah, it is a case of ZBP, a few average stacks, and then everyone else significantly below average, with one player, that player being Surrey, in the danger zone.
Sorry, danger zone.
So yes, we will go back to the action within 5 minutes. I guess a quick opportunity for us to promote the most recent episode of the Poker in the Ears podcast and look ahead to what's happening this week. We were meant to be doing our kind of pop culture special, our roundup of movies and TV shows that we've watched over the last few weeks. That was meant to happen last week. It didn't. It got pushed to this week. So, Joe, I have to hand it to you. A last-minute draft of Alex Jacob, who turned out to be an inspired selection, a great guest, and an interesting conversation.
Really fun, interesting conversation, and I'll just give him a little shout out here. The the daily trivia he plugged, I signed up for it. His daily newsletter, and he puts a lot of work into it. He does a little story, a little brief ahead of time. Here's today's theme, yada yada. Do you want to hear an example of one of the questions? I don't think he'll be mad if I'm plugging him, but giving some content away for free.
Sure.
Australia's Cape York Peninsula is an important source of this ore that yields aluminum, not cardboard.
Oh. Science was never my strong point. Tell us the answer, Joe. Oh, you don't know, right?
Cobalt? I don't know. But maybe cobalt, because it sounds like cardboard? I don't know. Why would he say not cardboard? Anyway, really cool episode of the podcast. Alex is a super interesting guy. If you guys aren't already following him on Twitter, I do like his takes on most things. And I like the way that he's really leaned into becoming the trivia guy. He seems to have really adapted to that really well. And I always kind of like it when people find a new niche for themselves.
Yeah, and obviously, Maria, you've got experience of having appeared on TV shows representing the poker world in a more mainstream environment, and Alex of course did the same. And even though we don't get that show, even though we don't get the American version of Jeopardy on this side of the Atlantic, it was a huge deal when he was going on this amazing run and winning game after game after game, because again, the fact that former poker player becomes Jeopardy champion is a good reflection on the poker world.
Yeah, absolutely. And I remember playing with Alex, prior to his appearance on Jeopardy. And he was a really great poker player. But sometimes you just have no idea the wealth and knowledge of information somebody could have. I mean, for him to start this newsletter, I don't know if anybody could answer half of these questions. I mean, just that example alone, that seems very difficult. He's going to have a lot of people stumped.
It seems like chat got it. Bauxite sounds about right. That makes sense. Bauxite.
Bauxite. You know how to bauxite mine? Dr. No, very first Bond movie, 1962. Don't worry, I'm not going to go there. Instead, we're going to talk about contemporary films and TV shows on this week's podcast, Joe. Sam Greenwood finally in for this, so we'll record that on Wednesday. And yeah, we're going to hit a lot of the kind of headline stuff that's really dominated streaming services over the last few months. Just before Christmas, of course, Hawkeye, the latest Marvel show, dropped. The Book of Boba Fett's currently running on Disney+. There were a couple of Netflix movies that everyone was talking about in January. Don't Look Up and Power of the Dog. Spoiler alert, I watched Power of the Dog over the weekend. I think it's a potential masterpiece, and I cannot wait to really go into detail on that. I guess the key thing is, Joe, we do have to warn people. It's probably going to be a spoiler-filled chat because it's very hard to talk about any of these programs or any of these movies in any detail with any purpose unless we give away significant plot points.
Yeah, there's only really one thing that happens in Power of the Dog, and it's hard to talk about the movie without talking about that, and it happens really late in the movie. So
Yeah.
I would definitely tune out for that if you don't want it spoiled.
Or more to the point, watch it. It's on Netflix. If you've got Netflix, which
Sure.
everyone has these days, it's free. Maria, take a well-earned break. Joe and I have got this. Whether this final table will still be going in 55 minutes' time, I don't know. I guess it depends if Z continues to dominate Joe and continues to just wipe out the opposition.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a brief reign so far. Relatively late in the last session did Z really come on this strong, but it was pacey. We went from 24 players down to 9 in 1 hour.
And Cohen's got the rockets.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. You know what's weird is that when I'm in charge, I forget to hit the rockets thing because I genuinely get so excited to see aces still. Like, all I can think about is, like, what's going to happen with these pocket aces?
Yeah. I appreciate this might be a UK-centric question, so apologies if you didn't have the commercials in the United States of America. There was a car commercial where they went, sum, and I can't remember what the make or model of car was. So again...
It was Volkswagen.
No, I'm being told Mazda. That sounds right. Yes, Mazda, zum.
Oh, Mazda's right. You're right. It is Mazda. You're right. Absolutely right.
Did they have
We
that
had
in the
it
US
here,
as
too.
well? Yeah, fine.
Yeah.
It's a Mazda, yeah.
What a great spot for aces. Tough fold here with King Queen, but are they ever bluffing? Great laydown. Great laydown. Gilherm Schleiber says easy fold, and you know how I feel about a chat pro. Yeah. Thank you for your comment. Save it for chat pro Saturday.
Have you noticed that since you created that concept, or since it became kind of a thing, that we have deliberately avoided doing any broadcasts on a Saturday?
There have not been very many Saturdays since then, I will admit. It seemed like we were doing a lot of 7-day-a-week streams, and then Chat Pro Saturdays became a thing. And I was like, you know what? We're only going to broadcast 6 days a week during this WCOOP. Saturday is off.
Yeah.
No two Sunday millions are alike, though, and today's has just been, I mean, I haven't touched the crank once. I haven't even...
I mean, again, one thing I would say is that with it being the half-price edition and with it having near enough double the field that you would get in a normal Sunday Million and needing to be played in the same amount of time, the structure is a little bit faster. Yes, it's still playing with 15-minute blind levels, but I think there are some bigger jumps to get this to a conclusion in the requisite time, and I think that's fair, right? If you're paying half the buy-in, you're not going to get the same structure that you'd get in a 109 or a 215. Well, King, Queen, out flops, Ace, Jack. 5-3 has a gut shot.
Look at how good Surrey is. Gets out of the way with Queen Jack. Would have flop pair, top pair. Would have had a costly second best hand. Wow. Just really going for value here, betting around a little more than a third of the pot.
Gets a fold from the 5-3. Some. And then Z with ace high also folds. Achtung asks, another 50 coming up this Sunday. Yes, because the 50-50 series continues. 50 MTTs
Nice.
for the buy-in of $50, but it is not a Sunday Million. It is the 50-50 series main event. Granted, it will be another 2-day MTT with a not dissimilar structure, but it's not, strictly speaking, a Sunday Million. But that is what we'll be streaming next Monday, day 2 of the 50-50 series main event.
Do you think a 50-50 main event will draw a bigger crowd than a $50 Sunday Million?
I kind of feel that something that's billed as a main event sounds more prestigious
Yeah.
than something that's billed as a half-price tournament.
It does. It does sound more prestigious. Oh, boy. Ace on ace.
But-
Blind on blind.
I genuinely don't know. Yeah, and from NL. I mean, what did we say earlier on? It's objectively bad to call it off with ace-4.
Yes, we did say that. That was like the first thing we said.
And I would say that that note, which was applicable to a hand we saw a few weeks ago, is equally applicable to this particular scenario. Good fold, Cohen. Yeah, I genuinely don't know what motivates people to play a specific event over another.
Yeah.
Do people care about titles, trophies, championships, the main event of an online series? I would, but then maybe it's because that kind of stuff matters to me. Maybe it doesn't to most people, and it's just, this is starting when I want to play, this is at a buy-in level that I can afford, and this has a prize pool that sounds appealing. Maybe that's the motivating factor.
Oh, I guess, right? Because it's going to have, does it have more than the regular $1 million guarantee on it?
That's a good question. I'm not sure.
That's one way to, make it stand out.
I mean, I imagine it will probably be around the $1 million point if it's a $50 buy-in.
Yeah.
You see, I don't necessarily agree with this, Wangwist. The trophies probably matter the most to the professionals who do it as a career versus recreational. I actually think if you're not a professional player and you win a trophy, I think you're going to treasure that just as much, if not more, than a professional. I would love to have some kind of poker silverware.
Yeah, because if you're not a pro, it really depends on the amount of money too, right? Like if you're not a pro and it's not life-changing money, like $80,000 might not be life-changing money for somebody. It's still a really nice amount of money, and that money is going to be gone, right? For most people in the next year, whether it's life-changing or not, that money is going to be gone. That trophy you get to keep forever. That bracelet you get to keep forever.
Yeah. And again, it's one of the unique things about this game is that you can play in the same events as the professionals. If you're talking about an elite event, anything from an EPT to the World Series of Poker main event, where you do have some kind of trophy or bracelet to measure that success, to measure that championship, that's something that you can potentially win as a non-professional and you will absolutely treasure for the rest of your life.
Also, I know it's a relatively small section of the audience, maybe just like one or two of us, but as a poker commentator, a World Series of Poker bracelet or an EPT main event win could potentially mean more for me financially than just whatever I win in that event. It does help my resume ever so slightly.
Yeah.
If I become PokerStars Sunday Million winner, Joe Stapleton. And believe me, you would hear about it every single week.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm surprised we don't talk about my 4 cashes in the Sunday Million.
I was actually weighing up in my mind. What would I prefer? Would I prefer to continue to listen to the whining and the incessant bad beat stories, or have to put up with you boasting about that one time you won the Sunday Million? And you know what? It's a race.
It's a flip.
They're both equally insufferable.
It's hard to tell which one would be worse in the long run.
I love Raksha. I want to win enough to buy a tennis watch. I wouldn't pay that for a watch, but I would like to afford it. Tennis watch.
You could just strap like your bank statement to your wrist. Be like, there you go. There's everyone can know I'm worth $1.75 million. So there was this friend of my girlfriend's who was over here talking about the guy she was dating and how he accidentally sent her a screenshot of his bank statement, and there was like $1 million in it, and I'm like, that was no accident.
No.
And it turned out that not only was it not an accident, but also was not his bank statement.
I mean, neither of those things surprises me.
No.
Vous êtes une douche.
It's also so funny when the friend was like, no, here's why I think it's real, and I was like, I'm so sorry, I don't I don't want to be the person that tells you this. I've never accidentally sent someone a screenshot of my bank statement, and I've accidentally sent a lot of things.
Oh, we know.
You guys want to see a picture of my gaff?
Ace, Jack, all in, and G. Hafner cannot call with 7-6 off suit.
See, some people in chat are making the same mistake I did. Your gaff is the place where you live. You guys are getting a picture of my gaff right here, the PokerStars Arena.
One day they'll let us move out.
Zum zum.
Someone must have the key. I'm not 100% sure who that is, but once I find them, I will get down on my knees and beg them to unlock that door.
Caspi says, Joe, forget to tell us where the players are from. No problem. Thank you for your comment.
To be fair, we did promise a geographical tour of this final table. Let's just see whether Zum Zum Shove gets called. Spoiler alert, it won't. There we go. As the blinds go up to 350,000, 700,000. So yes, we have got not one, not two, not three, not four, but 5 players representing Brazil. Those players being the 2 biggest stacks, ZPB and G. Hafner. The other 3 being And Matos 97, Olodun, and Canna Grower 1, who's been kind of a major fixture of the stream since the start of the day. Other countries represented this evening. From NL is playing from Malta, Cohen 8 is from Switzerland, Zum Zum playing from Russia, and Surrey is playing from Mexico.
Cool.
Riku asking about the background noises. Look, there's a lot of people inside the PokerStars arena. This is where all the games on PokerStars are played. And if you've looked through the lobby, you just know how many spin and goes there are running over there, how many Zoom games there are running over there. It's really busy in here. And people are sociable. They like to chat whilst playing the pokers. So,
and not a single one of them will smuggle me out of here. Z. Well, it's a bit of a different story than the last level. Ooh, sourdough suited. Which is artisanal.
I mean, the thing is, Joe, we know that at some point in every single MTT there comes that inevitable slowdown period, and we haven't seen that yet. We got to the final table very quickly, actually, after less than 3 hours of play. So we shouldn't be surprised, even with the slightly faster structure this week, if it takes a while to get down to a winner.
Yeah, no, this is totally reasonable at this point. I actually don't think it will take that long, but I think for this sort of kink to get worked out, it might take a little bit, but once it does, it's going to be free-flowing.
Ace-5 versus Ace-Queen here. It's from NL who's opened, and it's raise and take it. Okay, well, we've got Ace-10, King-Queen. Joe is furiously relaying instructions to the cranking team.
Let's go, crank it up.
I can't crank it. Can someone please crank it for me?
I'm actually talking to Maria about something that if we have a chance to talk about something during the next break and you want to. I had another one of my classic fan interactions over the weekend, and I sent Maria all the screenshots, and she just wrote back, "This scares me."
I mean, look,
Don't worry,
I know you're a guy who likes to live life on the edge. I just think there are probably...
no good deed goes unpunished. That's all I'll say. Raise and take it for G. Hafner.
Ooh, I see jacks.
All right, here we go. We got some hands here. Queen Jack under the gun fold. That's a situation I'm used to being in. Just being like, I don't really have the chips to raise early here. There's so much action behind me. I'm going to get 3-bet and have to fold it anyway. Ugh, fine, I fold my paint.
Surrey all in, and this is getting called. And if the chip leaders pair holds, we are down to 8. Barry Greenstein required. He does not make an appearance, and Surrey is KO'd. Z increases their chip lead at this now 8-handed final table as Surrey from Mexico cashes out for just over 7K. The remaining players now guaranteed nearly $9,600.
Sorry.
Snowmans.
Nom nom. Nom nom.
Commander Eagle, what happened?
Yeah, this is
Wolf?
fun.
Commander Eagle, if you're going to take your eye off the ball, you're going to miss out on key moments like full house versus full house, which saw the end of our satellite qualifier, Wolf. Oh, ace-5 suited.
Ooh, sourdough suited. Which is artisanal. Eights can't be too mad at this. Not the shortest stack overall, but amongst the shorties. And I think from NL does know how to put the pressure on, but might not be able to.
Of course, we've got the King 7 involved here as well. Both players fold, and Matos wins that one. 2 players with King Queen. Canagroa suited in strawberry flavour. Opens to 1.4, which is the min raise at this blind level. Blinds up in 7 minutes' time. Just to keep things in perspective, average stack with 8 players remaining is 23 million. So only 2 players have above average stacks, Zia PB and G Hafner.
A lot of people commenting on the fold in that last hand. Certainly attention getting. Zoom zoom. I would have been shocked if those Zoom Zoom commercials weren't used worldwide because they're perfect, right? They're
Yes,
perfect.
you're right.
To be.
It was more about
have
the
to
fact that I
translate 'em.
didn't know whether Mazda advertised on American TV. Normally,
Oh, yeah.
like when I see US car commercials, like, you know, during NFL games, it's always the Ford F-150 and Ram trucks and that really weird Lincoln commercial with Matthew McConaughey.
Yeah, I don't know if Mazda advertises much during football, but they do advertise plenty.
Right.
Is
I
it
mean,
weird how there's
those
like
Ford
no
F1
bad cars anymore?
Sorry?
Isn't it weird how there's like no bad cars anymore? Like, you know, there's just like all car brands are like pretty good.
Yeah, well, and they're pretty much all owned by one of like 3 companies, right?
That's true. That's true. They're all the same.
I mean,
What were you saying about the
Volkswagen Group
F-150?
owns pretty much everything. So those adverts for the F-150 make me really want an F-150. It would be literally the most impractical thing I could possibly drive in London. And yet it's like, look at the torque, look at the payload, look at the fact that I can like power up my barbecue with it, and it just looks awesome.
I would be able to use one with a little bit more ease than you, but also they're not. There's 2 things, right? They're not cheap. First of all, I can't even imagine what it would cost you.
Well,
to
that's
have
the
an
thing. The
F-150,
F-150, I don't believe is sold in this country, so you'd have to import it.
Right.
That's point 1. The dollar price of most vehicles compared to the UK, we look at the car prices in America and we're like, oh my God, everything's so cheap. But that's because the car industry calls the UK Treasure Island, and that was before Brexit.
What does that mean? That you guys are willing to pay more?
It means the car prices in the UK are exorbitantly high. But no,
you
I'm
guys
not
pay
about
a
to
lot of
buy
money for-
an F-150. But I think you can now get an electric one, which kind of is like, ooh.
Yeah. One of my friends is on the waiting list for when they come out with the electric F-150. He's going to get one of the first ones. There's one major problem with a truck that hasn't been addressed yet, which is everybody asks you to do truck stuff when you have a truck. Now, I know Jimmy the Bastard maybe would have a don't ask me to do truck stuff policy, but you still get all kinds of people like, oh, hey, it's just a mattress, or I'm moving, or I don't want to rent a truck for this, and you end up getting put up to a lot of BS truck stuff.
Oh, Jimmy would definitely find a way of saying no. Don't worry, QB, for trolls. I think revealing that you live in a city with a population of around 10 million isn't really pinpointing my location.
Come pull my fancy sports car out of the ditch. Yeah, exactly.
Pocket 5s. The chip leader opens. And Queen 8 does not outflop 5s. Yeah, Ruthrand makes the observation they are playing pretty tight. I mean, we're now at that situation where there is an increase in pay money, in prize pool for every single elimination. And the sums are getting not insignificant, right? Okay, we were paying $2,000, $3,000. That's nice. But when you start looking at sums like 24,000, 60,000, then we start We're talking, you know, something that can make a really significant difference to your life. Whether it's buying an F-150, or whether it's paying off a significant percentage of your mortgage, whether it's paying a small deposit towards a Richard Mille watch.
And just remember, gang, when there is a total field of 18,589 entries, there aren't, you know, and there are 12,000 unique entries, there aren't 12,000 pros in the world. These are going to be mostly recreational players, and all of these prize jumps are just going to be completely goofy for them.
Yeah. Flush draw for Z, but Ollerden ahead right now with a pair of aces.
Brick. Pretty tough. Man, you can get bluffed off of this too, huh? If Z just puts you all in here. And Z does seem capable. You know you're not winning with 8 high.
Do it.
Oh, I don't know if that's going to be enough. Nope.
You got to put an opponent to a decision for all their chips. Don't go cheap on me, Z. And it seemed to me that Ollerden had already decided if Z bets the river, I'm calling. Like, they were hovering over the call button. Now, had it been a shove, maybe you kind of like sit back and think about it for a second. $400,000, 800,000 blinds now. The price of poker's going up, Vincent.
Zum. I don't think you want to give up your chip lead and beat. Yep. James and Joe, the ultimate dream job, commenting something they don't understand and get paid for. You know what I understand very well, James? The ban button. You banned. Thank you for your comment. And that is a dream. It is a dream to slap fools around. It's pretty fun, I'm not gonna lie.
Metaphorically, Joe would never actually resort to physical violence. I, on the other hand, give me a weapon, there will be blood. Ace, 6, all in.
Can't do it. G. Hafner. I think the G stands for God damn it.
So Hafner has dropped in the rankings, right? Hafner was firmly in second place, is now kind of tied for third with Anmatos and From NL. Ollerden second in chips with 28.9 million.
What's up, VJ? And you suggested something earlier I kind of liked, but it got pushed out of the feed, but good to see you.
And we know, Joe, that your memory is poor at the best of times.
Oh, my goodness. Don't even.
Lucky Fox hat. I'd love to hear the story of the first day James and Stapes met. We've told that story many times. When was it we did that interview with Roland Boothby for the GPI podcast? I don't think it was the Christmas just gone. It was the Christmas before that, maybe? It was like Roland's podcast about famous partnerships or double acts.
It was probably the biggest solid anybody ever did for me was to not tell me it was an audition. Nice flop for G. Hafner.
Yes.
No problemo.
Board.
You feel like you flopped quads when this comes 6 high. Nope, never mind. It's over. It's almost always over on the turn. You're just like, well, that's it. They got me now.
Oh, come on, Hafner.
Come on, Kippy. Yeah, I already said what the G stands for, and there it is again. God damn it.
Some.
Oh, yeah. Got to do it.
All in with ace-5. Forwarded by the blinds. Kojak for Z. Still has the chip lead. Makes it 2 million.
Here we go, kids. This is the hand we've all been waiting for.
So Cannot Grower opening here with ace-jack. The kings for G. Hafner. And we can all see in the big blind ZPB with ace-king. This is the time, Cohen 8, where you do not want to be blasting off with ace-6 of clubs. Fold to the 3-bet. Good man.
I mean, we can't see the ace here, can we? This is just, that would just be...
Well, hang on. I mean, there's 3 of them out, right? There's only 1 ace left in the virtual deck.
Canna Grower is not going to like the... to fold, but very clearly a fold with ace-jack. Hafner... I mean...
Don't slow roll. This is a slow roll. Snap call.
All right.
There we go.
Oh, my
case
goodness,
ace.
no. Come on.
The case ace on the flop. And
Just
that is a huge pot that sees G. Hafner eliminated in 8th place. And it sees Z move up to nearly 73 million chips.
God damn it.
Wow. I mean, there was a little bit of hope on the turn, right, with the spade. The flush draw there for Hafner. It didn't come. $9,596. Everyone now guaranteed a 5-figure score. 13K for the next player out. And right now, ZPB from Brazil is firm favorite to win the first prize of 81.5K.
The dealer spreads the deck, and there's just 17 ace of spades in there. Just so terrible. Oh, yeah, Lucky Fox Hat. You know, I didn't think it was a slow roll, but, I mean, there is something to be said for the hesitation there and the ace right on flop.
I think it's really hard sometimes to determine whether someone is slow rolling or nit rolling, especially if they're multi-tabling, especially if their internet connection is laggy. If someone's just run to the kitchen counter to grab their cup of tea, you know, there's so many things that could be going on. But yeah, it always looks to us as an audience really bad when someone has an obvious snap call situation and you're seeing that time bar just going down.
I think that it's worth considering, Commander Eagle saying that dude is net rolling, right? You still, in that moment, if this is huge money for you, have to go, yes, I have kings, but nothing is drawing dead to me pre-flop, and can I really fold this and make more money? Probably, okay, I call. I do think that depending on who you are as a person, it's hard to know if that was nit rolling or slow rolling, or just, hey, I was like looking at a listicle in another window.
Some. Hasn't old Peter Dinklage got a movie out at the moment? Hasn't he done a
Cyrano, I
version of
believe,
Serrano
is
de
coming out
Bergerac?
Yeah. I mean, everything really coming up zine here.
Yeah,
Or
and
Z.
what are we talking about here? 73 mil for Thirst, 30 million for From NL, who's second on the leaderboard. And what a board for Ace Queen.
I mean, when there's one ace left in the deck, Z hits it. When there's 3 aces left in the deck, Z hits 2 of them. You feel so bad just giving this up, but also, what turn?
Give it up.
What turn do you want?
Give it up.
Yeah, like,
Stop.
what do you want? The 10 of diamonds? I don't even know.
No. Make it go away. Make it go away.
I fold, and I would like my flop call back, please.
Yeah. Have some of that, son. 4.5 mil into 5.7 mil.
It's just so annoying. You're just like, you can't always have it. They can. They can't always have it. You're like, King High's probably good here. It's a chip leader.
Oh, Z closing in on the 80 million mark. I cannot grow it no more, Captain. Folds the 5 deuce.
That would have explained a lot about Scotty's laziness.
I don't think Scotty was lazy. I just think he was mildly
How can you tell?
incompetent and potentially
It's like any mechanic. They tell you, oh yeah, your semi-charger is busted. You gotta, we gotta flip.
Oh, we do indeed. And Barry Greenstein makes an appearance to send Canagroa to the rail in 7th place. 13K for Canagroa, and now nearly 84 million chips for Z, continuing to increase that chip lead.
Well, it's 420 somewhere.
Infomed says, OMG, give Z the trophy already. Spoiler alert, there is no trophy for this.
No trophy, but there's some bragging rights.
Yeah, Chris has wings. I'll always remember Scotty talking into the computer mouse to try and activate the computer in the one where they go back in time to save a whale. And now we do have voice-activated computers. He was Hey Siriing back in, what was it, 1986, 87?
Computer.
Computer.
Oh boy, somebody
home.
Somebody trying to take a stand against Z, but it turns out Z was not the one you were worried about.
Oh, priced in,
Ooh.
but behind. And the king on the turn means Cohen 8 is KO'd, out in 6th place, $17,687. And then there were 5.
Do not get it in good and behind at this final table. That is not a good combination thus far. People just getting it in so good and running it out so bad.
Carl Gordon Stanley says, now say nuclear vessels. It's such a terrible movie, but so enjoyable.
I don't think I've ever seen the whale one.
It's good fun. Unlike Star Trek V.
Star Trek V is the Law and Order one, right? It's like a courtroom drama.
No, that's
Or is
6.
that 6?
Oh, that's a chop pot,
Okay.
Joe. And you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot. The pros are here, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, it's just, you know, it's what we do. It's our thing. Sorry, 5 was the one where they meet God and then God shoots Spock with a laser.
Do you know what? I have very little memory of 5. I just remember it being terrible. But the courtroom
so.
drama, the one where they're tried and sent to prison, is 6.
That one's
Where,
good, yeah.
Yeah, that's when Kirk is framed for killing Klingons. Iman is in it. Yeah. And Kim Cattrall is in it. And Clarence Boddicker is in it. $500,000 and $1 million are the blinds. And that's right, Christian Slater makes a cameo appearance.
As Mr. Robot.
That's right. Mr. Sulu is imagining Christian Slater for the entirety of the movie. I liked 6, but they're all so old by that point.
Deuces for Z. Probably going to be good enough to win this pre-flop. Yep.
Come on, Z, just start raising every hand. Put them in the hurt locker.
Which Star Trek did Catherine Bigelow do again?
Catherine Bigelow did a Star Trek?
No, I don't know. I'm just trying to connect Hurt Locker. I remember that when I was in the 8th grade, I was so excited to go see. Uh-oh, hold on, Ace Queen suited.
I don't
To
think
go
it's getting
see-
called.
Yeah, Star Trek Generations, and this is gonna be a hand though. This is gonna be a hand. This is a hand.
They ballsed up Generations, I'm afraid. And
Well, the good. Oh, look at that. That's a new one. Cheers. Oh, Z, what are you getting involved in here, buddy?
whoops. Do you know
That was
Fold
weird.
Queens?
I heard someone yell "whoop" right after you said "whoop."
Do
No. I mean, it hasn't worked out well for
ICM?
anybody. Well, I mean, only Z can bust you.
I guess we find out now what these money jumps mean to From NL, right?
Yeah, and From NL seems like a player to me.
I think they're going to fold this.
Somebody that presumably maybe moved from the Netherlands to Malta to play online poker.
Possibly.
Oh.
Lays it down. Considering the action behind, I know we're seeing cards up, so it looks like a bad laydown. Considering the action behind, I don't hate it.
I mean, you're preserving the 30 million chip stack, right? Which is really important. That part I can get behind. I wouldn't be that worried about Z, honestly. It's and Mato just completely ripping it in there.
Anyway, Star Trek Generations, the one they ballsed up.
Super excited to go see it. I'm in 8th grade. I don't really go to the movies very often, and a friend's mom is taking us, and she's a bit of a screw-up, and we get there, and the movie's sold out because we're, like, kind of late. And so I'm so disappointed, like unbelievably disappointed, just, like, sick to my stomach with disappointment, and we end up going to see this other movie called Stargate.
That was quite good fun. That's the one.
Which ended up being one of my favorite movies ever for a long time. So, and way better than Star Trek.
And then, of course,
Generations.
there was then absolutely, and there was a spin-off TV show, I think, from Stargate, right?
Yes, a couple of them. And this one day we were playing in our home game. We all decided we were going to go online and buy a piece of Josh Molina memorabilia off of eBay, and I bought a Stargate SG1 Joshua Molina trading card with his autograph on it.
Oh, nice.
Because he was in one episode.
No, I thought Stargate, the movie, was pretty solid, whereas Star Trek Generations, I hated. And I know that they changed it. Obviously, when the trailer came out, I'm like, oh, wow, Malcolm McDowell's the villain. He has that cool quote, I have an appointment with eternity, and I don't intend to be late. And the whole thing was Malcolm McDowell's going to kill Captain Kirk, and then they reshot it to make it less violent or make it less kind of like Kirk getting shot in the back.
Shatner was mad. Shatner did not want to be killed off, if I remember correctly. Like,
oh, is that what led to it?
I think so, that he made them change it. If I remember.
Queen 9 still ahead here.
It feels like a good flop for 5 deuce, but it's not. Yeah, there you go. It's the 9 on the turn. Just a 9 on the turn. Now Shatner just gets killed off mid-conversation by Jeff Bezos.
Oh.
Nice one, son of a
All
perch.
these blooming people going into space. 73 million for Z.
Everyone's like, quick, Z's not in the hand. Let's go. The rest of us can play.
Keep it going, Rick.
Button raise with ace-9. Gut shot versus not quite a gut shot.
And we've got a queen. No one's got a queen.
Any queens about? Oh, and I got my hair cut like Kurt Russell from Stargate for like the next 3 years after that. Which did not look good on a 13, like a very round 13-year-old boy. Do you remember his like crazy flat top from that movie?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was obsessed. I was totally obsessed with him after that movie.
Is it Kurt Russell and James Spader?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll be honest with you, I don't think I've seen the movie since it came out in cinemas. I think I've seen it once, but I remember liking it.
It's got a great score, too. A really memorable
Yeah.
theme.
1995. Some good movies came out that year. But again, just to clarify, Star Trek Generations was not one of them.
But then the Borg one was after that, and that one was pretty solid.
I kind of like tuned out after that because then they started making stuff with the Next Generation cast, and no disrespect, but I never got into that TV show, so I didn't really have any affinity with any of those characters.
So good.
Didn't really care.
Next Generation is so good.
Yeah, so after Generations, I didn't start watching Star Trek movies again until the J.J. Abrams reboot in 2009. And as we've talked about before, Joe, loved the first one, hated the second one with a passion, but really enjoyed the third one.
The third one's good. Well, it's like the opposite, right? The original series, all the even ones were good and the odd ones were bad, and so far the odd ones are good.
Are they still making them, or are they done now?
Yeah, isn't Tarantino doing the next one?
Really?
Whoa, we've got the all in with 9-10, the gut shot, yeah.
Wow, that was bold. And Zum Zum is out of here. Zum Zum.
Sorry we didn't see that coming.
I never thought in a million years that Zum Zum would have ripped there, but anyway.
Well, rip.
Net result.
Got the rip part right.
Player eliminated and Z up over 84 million. At the risk of missing some more significant action and to address Chris's question, I hated the whole Benedict Cumberbatch as the new version of Khan. Let's reenact that movie, but with the roles reversed. And oh, hold on a second. Ace Jack versus.
No net roll that time.
Not looking good for Ola Dunn. Oh, Ola Dunn in fourth place, cashing out for $32,500. And here we go, three-handed poker, ladies and gentlemen. And it is two Brazilians and a player from Malta.
We got a game now. I mean, Z's still out in front, but everybody else has got chips.
Yeah. By the way, guys, I don't think Benedict Cumberbatch was the issue with that movie. It was the bit where they phoned Old Spock to ask him what to do. I'm like, oh, bugger off.
You guys have heard this story before. When that happened, James was watching. We were sitting on a plane together, coming back from Prague or something. And James is sitting next to me with his headphones on, and I'm watching him, and I've told him, I've warned him, I'm like, something happens in this movie that's so bad. And I
just very quickly, they're noise-canceling headphones, and you therefore lose the ability to monitor the volume of your voice.
And I'm watching James watch this, and all of a sudden he just goes, "What the?" and says it, and everyone on the plane turns around and looks at him. And I'm dying because I know exactly what part of the movies he's in. It's so silly.
Oh, apologies to everyone who was on that flight who was offended by that, but it needed to be said. It was like, I could not believe they went there. And it's like, we all said that JJ was the man to reboot Star Wars, but just don't let him do more than one. And what do? We let him do another one. Players are going on break, and we are down to 3. So we started this session with a full final table of 9, 6 eliminations, and now 3 players remain. As was established, we've got ZPB from Brazil, and Matos97 from Brazil, and from NL from Malta. 94 million chips for Z. The other 2 players on 47 and 44 million respectively, playing down to a winner tonight. First prize on the line of $81,500. Well, let's welcome Maria back into the mix. And Joe, tell us then, what was this fan interaction? What's the story that you and Maria know about that I don't?
Yeah. Tell him.
So I don't know if we have time to read every single message here, but basically, Poker News was like, hey, we're hiring for the World Series of Poker, and I put it up on my Facebook because I get people ask me all the time, how do I work in poker, yada, yada. This guy writes to me and very aggressively and says, yo, Stapes, can I get some more information about that job? And I say, well, actually, you'll have to ask them. And he writes back, you literally posted it on your page with 4 question marks. And I was like, hey, dude, like, this doesn't bode well for getting a recommendation, but as you can see, it was actually a Poker News posting and not mine. And he writes back, and he's like, oh, I'm so sorry. My mistake, man. Thanks. A couple days later, he writes me again. Hey, would you mind recommending me for that job? I was hired last year, but I had a tragedy in my family, and I wasn't able to take it. It would really mean a lot if you could do it. And I said, honestly, I don't know who does the hiring there. I don't even know who those applications go to. I'm sorry that you've had this tragedy. I wish you the best of luck. A few days later, he writes to me again and says, hey, man, do you think you could give me a call? Here's my phone number. It would really go a long way to boosting my confidence. And I did not call him, but I said, hey, man, I think that I've given you enough attention already. And then he sent me like a bunch more messages that I didn't read. But the last 2 messages that I got this morning, I was like, I'm done answering this guy for the weekend. I went and checked my messages this morning. And he said, I'm considered a genius. I know all about poker. I know all the players, etc. Can you please give me a shot? I know you know people, obviously. And now this is what I didn't answer. And then the next message says, no love? Okay, I feel you, Stapes. At least keep me in mind. Do you want my resume? Then he sent me his resume. And then he said, please, all I ask is look it over, yada, yada, yada. And then his next line this morning is, you're a prick. And literally no woman thinks you're attractive. Watch Poker News YouTube video, August 11th, 2021. It's all about how creepy you are. And then he blocked me.
Okay. There's a lot to unpack here. First of all, Maria, you have seen screenshots of this conversation, so you can verify that this actually happened.
Yes. It's sad, but true.
I love the fact this guy feels he needs to have his confidence built up, because it sounds to me like, if anything, it's kind of a little bit on the other side, that maybe there's a certain amount of overconfidence, or dare I say, arrogance about the way that he was handling this conversation. The third thing is, I do have direct connections with the people hiring for this job, so can you please pass on his details so I can ensure that he doesn't get the position?
That's actually a really good point. Yeah, I will.
Yeah,
I'm going to write it in there. That's a good point.
I mean, that's clearly, look, I don't mean to mock. Clearly, if someone is dealing with personal issues or they have kind of problems, I don't want to make light of that. But this doesn't sound like the behavior of someone you would necessarily want to employ for a position of this nature, regardless of their experience and regardless of their knowledge of the game. I'm sorry you had to go through that for doing something as nice as just kind of putting the message out there that there are actually opportunities. And you're right, people are always asking, how do I get into the industry? How can I go to live events? And this stuff does come up, and hey, you just got to apply for it, right?
Yes, and honestly, I answer most people who address me or send me things. I'm happy to do it or to give like a little tiny bit of advice, but this isn't the way to do it, everybody out there. You can ask once nicely, and that's about it. But it's like I even considered it after our first interaction that didn't really go that well, of him like sending me the 4 question marks. I almost considered it. I was like, you know what? These people always show you who they are right away. And I knew that I would eventually get burned And there it is. But we got a little content out of it, so thank you, sir.
Thank you for filling a 5-minute break, and we are coming back from break. Joe's going to take a brief hiatus from the booth, and Maria and I will continue to watch the three-handed action at this half-price Sunday Million final table. Yeah, I think we knew, Maria, that when we came into the last session that it was going to be a tall order to get down from 9 to 1 in an hour. I'll be honest with you, I was slightly surprised that we lost 6 players. There was a point where it looked like it was going to be an entire hour. We didn't lose a single player, but here we are, and it is Z in the driver's seat.
Yeah, and I feel like by the way that I've seen Z play thus far, there was that chance that it could have ended just because Z was so aggressive, and if all of the players continued to kind of bow down to that pressure, then the stacks would get really shallow for everybody else. But, you know, sometimes other people wake up with hands, and there's only so much pressure you can put on, you know, say queens. Okay, those folded, but the tens went all in.
Yes, I am UV in Z driver's seat.
Gonna find about 3/4 pot for the sizing here with that top pair. And I just think that pair deuces is just a little too weak to call. Granted, you know, at this point, the players have had enough experience with Z, shall we say, that they know that they could be up to no good a lot of times, that they're very, very aggressive. But I don't think that this is a spot where you're necessarily going to find your opponent over bluffing, especially for this sizing. With this type of run out, it just makes it hard to hero with deuces and be correct.
Yeah. Oh. Hero call gone wrong, and Z crosses the 100 million mark. I think, well, I can say with certainty this is the first time we've seen a player move over 100 million chips, and such a sizable advantage over An Matos and from NL. And just pound them, Maria. That's what you got to do now, right? Look at the difference in prize money between third and second. Make them suffer. Make them bleed.
Yeah, and you can bet that if Z continues to play the style that we've seen them play up to this point, then certainly the two other stacks are going to have a really tough time accumulating chips at this stage. It's really about playing for second place.
Yeah. Well, Ace Jack on the button opens to 2.4. We are at the 600,000, 1.2 million blind level. And Ace Jack still ahead.
Yeah, and at these stack depths, I think you're going to see Z continue to put a lot of pressure on pre-flop with a wide range of holdings. I think when the stack gets a little bit shallower, like say effective short stack being around 10 or 15 bigs, then you might see Z incorporate a little more limps and perhaps, who knows, even give somebody a walk at some point. That,
yeah.
that might not happen, but you know, you do have to change your strategy a little bit at that point. You can't really just be 3xing from the small blind against a stack that has, you know, 12 bigs or something. Could be very costly.
Okay.
Wow.
Ace 10 versus Ace 7 versus sixes. Let's see if we manage to go to a flop here. Ace 7 offsuit. It's the Spraggy, and it's a 3-bet. Gets a fold from the 6s. Back on and Matos.
Yeah, and starting this hand with a sub 30 big blind stack, it kind of feels like ace 10 is just borderline maybe good enough. You know, I think ace jack plus is going to get it in here with that stack size, but does decide to shove.
Yeah, we get a little bit of a switcheroo now, and Matos second with 44 million. From NL in third place with 32 million. And Matos calling with the gut shot, and the spade draw now for Z.
It definitely feels like a good time if Z wants to continue with this turned equity to follow it up with a bigger sizing, make it really tough for the weakest part of Anne's range to continue. Obviously, we see that all Anne Matos has is a draw, so it's not like you're trying to get this person to fold like a King X type hand. Wow.
Now, the Jack of Spades, as some people were calling for, would have been a very spicy river card. Instead, it's the Jack of Clubs. So this is all and Matos. And the wise check from Z. The white flag of surrender.
Definitely a timely give up. You don't really expect your opponent to get to the river a lot of the times, considering your turn sizing with this gut shot to Broadway.
Yeah.
But wow, just begging for two different things to happen, whether they get a call or potentially check raise and be able to induce with that sizing, but their opponent just didn't really have anything there.
It was a blackjack on the river, but just not the suit that would have given us maximum payment. Let's be honest, probably would have sent Anne Matos to the exit in third place. There's the gut shot here, betting 1.8. Outflopped Domination Nation because the 7, it is always coming. Arvelar, if you want to hear my thoughts on the most recent James Bond movie, No Time to Die, including a spoiler-filled discussion and the potential future of the franchise, of course we talked about it on the Poker in the Ears podcast. I can't remember which episode it was. It was towards the end of last year. But hey, listen to all of them. They're fun. Maria made an appearance towards the end of last year as well, so check out that episode as well.
Yeah, at this point, I listen to a lot of the episodes, and I feel like I just know that things are going to get spoiled for me, but I also know that I probably won't have the time to get to a lot of the things that you guys are discussing, so I don't feel that bad.
That's fair enough. I'm more impressed that you have the time/inclination to listen to a single episode of our podcast you don't feature on.
Oh, well, it's just one of my favorite.
Joe doesn't even listen to our podcast, and he co-hosts it every week.
It's one of my favorite poker podcasts, and you guys have a lot of great guests on. So,
bless you.
That was not a paid endorsement, you guys. I said that out of my own free will. I'm so serious. I swear, I would not lie to you guys about that.
Oh, top pair, redraw to a better flush, 1.2 million. However, small flush, which you might want to protect, just a call.
Yeah, you will see some players elect to just raise that flop with such a baby flush. But here, I think, is the point where you will put in a raise if you just called on the flop. Wow. Well then, How are you going to get all the chips in the middle now? You know, now and Matos is chopping with other King X type hands because they'll both have kings and fours with the queen kicker. And you're really just hoping to get called by a Queen X type hand in this scenario because you're not likely to get the other King X's to fold. Okay, well, this is the way to get the money in, but now you're not going to get called, whereas, you know, if you had perhaps raised on the flop or the turn, you could have gotten a little bit more out of the King 10, especially considering they had the 10 of hearts.
So StatTrick has been doing some research behind the scenes to find out a little bit more about the final 3 players in this half-price Sunday Million. So let's start with our chip leader, ZPB, a mid-stakes player whose best result was a 4th place finish in a scoop event back in 2018. It was a 109 buy-in, and that cash was worth $17,000. So a decent result, but that result eclipsed today, guaranteed now at least 44K for 3rd. We've already established that Z is one of the 2 Brazilian players at this table, the other being Ann Matos, who is probably the least experienced of the final 3. A low-stakes player, best result, $1,600. Now that came from winning the $5.50 mini marathon last year. From NL, mid-stakes player, best result was 21K in a $215 battle royale last year. And as we established, from NL, playing from Malta. So mixed experience and a full house on the river here for ZPB. We saw Ann Matos make a questionable river call with just a deuce earlier on. Any chance they call a bet here thinking king high's good?
Yeah, there's always that potential.
Again?
Well, they did it a lot faster than I thought they would. I thought that they would think about it and probably click call. There's always the chance, you know, when you see your opponent play a hand a certain way and then you decide to make a hero call and you were wrong, you're like, okay, the next time they might take advantage of it, and this time will be the time that they're bluffing. But again,
Yeah.
not the one.
So 2 situations, and kind of in a way, and that's why I asked the question, you almost see it coming after you saw the previous hero call in the last hand. But Ann Matos, got a lot of people behind you now. You just revealed that you are a low-stakes, inexperienced player. So now the entire audience is behind you. We love an underdog. Win it for the people, if not for yourself. Well, a pair of 8s still good.
Yeah, I think at this point, it's probably best to try to take the 8s to showdown. It's a little hard to think about what you could get called by that's worse. I think especially for a half pot size bet, it doesn't feel like it's going to get called very often by worse.
Jack high is leading here. $100 million chips for ZPB.
And Z always seems to be the type of player so far that will take stabs when checked too, and so it's not surprising to see this.
Understatement of the day from D's PT. Lol, the internet is a weird place, man. Okay, Jack 10 of clubs, 5-4 of hearts, 4 deuce off. No family pot, heads up. Queen 5 deuce, 1 club. See, if 4 deuce had come along, everyone would have a little something. Middle pair, bottom pair, backdoor draws.
Yeah, and from an L, there's definitely going to be a lot of good turns that could give them quite a bit more equity, plus they're in position, so a natural bet and a call there.
Does from NL bet again, have picked up equity with the straight draw on the turn.
Yeah, you do feel like you have a pretty good, wow, just pot size here. You do feel like you have a pretty good range advantage, though, because you would assume, especially with how aggressive Z has been pre-flop, that if they had, you know, ace, king, king, queen, those type of hands, that they would have 3-bet pre.
King 10 versus King Jack, and no rotation on the flop. King Jack still ahead. Until it's getting late, some of the conversation is getting surreal. Doesn't help when you kind of miss the original comment or question and all you see is the stuff that follows it, and you're like, I have no idea how this started. Certainly have no idea where it's going. Well, these two pretty evenly matched right now. One of them's going to have more chips at the end of this, and it's likely to be from NL, who's flop top pair. 45 million, 37 million for Amato, still more than 100 mil for Z. Blinds now up to 800,000, 1.6 million. Wands Jam says, I'd have already won the Sunday Million if I was playing. Get me on that table. Well, step 1, enter on day 1. Step 2, outlast 18,586 other players. Step 3, you're in the final 3. Step 4, win. I can't let you miss out steps 1, 2, and 3. And that's right. Step 5, profit. Actually, step 6 is profit. Step 5 is question mark.
Limp pot pre, so definitely worth a bet when you flop a gut shot. Tough for from NL to continue.
Ace Jack. Opens to 3.2. 10-7 suited not playing. Queen 3.
Oh, Queen 3 is playing all right, but I don't think from NL is going to let this one end here.
Whoops. Well, there you go. There's a nice coda to the story. One's Jams reveals managed to qualify for the anniversary Sunday Million from a $2.20 satellite. Well done. That's a $215 ticket. Sunday Million, 16th anniversary, Sunday 20th of March, 10 million guaranteed. Hopefully, One's Jams, you'll make it to the third day, because that's the day we're streaming. Tuesday the 22nd, we'll watch the final 100-odd players play down to a winner. Just a bit about outlasting the tens of thousands of other players after 2 grueling days of poker. Just ignore that bit and focus on the fun bit, where it's being streamed and you're already guaranteed a huge amount of money. Ace on the flop.
Yeah, about as dry of a flop as you could imagine in Z's favor, considering from NL did limp call a raise with the King Jack. Couldn't blame them for taking one off, especially for this small sizing. A lot of the times you could imagine that the King High is going to be good here. You can definitely turn some more equity.
Well, 15 million chips going in Z's direction. Yeah, guys, if you have any questions about the structure of that anniversary Sunday Million, it's already in the client. Oh, Wicked says I'm in America. Well, nothing I can do about that, I'm afraid. Maybe someone else can help you then. If you check out the Sunday Million anniversary, it's in the lobby, scheduled for Sunday the 20th of March. And there's the section about structure, and it'll tell you how many levels you're going to be playing on day 1. I don't know whether day 2 is playing... Was that a call with King High there?
Yeah, and I love the sizing, right? Because
this one's getting overused.
That's true. I think that big sizing is really what did it for from NL to decide that King High could have potentially been good there. And I think props has to go to Z for choosing that sizing after the flush draw missed from the flop.
I mean, sorry for talking over that. I kind of thought it was a trivial fold. I never thought in a million days that was going to get called. Anywho, the point I was making is, yes, if you go to the structure section of the lobby for the Sunday Million anniversary, it'll tell you the plan of action for days 1 and 2. I imagine day 1 will be a certain number of levels. I don't know whether on day 2 it's a certain number of levels or they're playing to a certain number of players. All I know is it concludes on the Tuesday, and that's the day we're streaming. Tom, that's a normal Sunday Million you're talking about. We're talking about the anniversary, which is a 3-day event. We'll have a different structure.
This will definitely get interesting. Z check called the flop and turned the flush, and Matos really has a ton of equity regardless of whether or not they know that at this point Z's already there with the flush. You would just imagine you've got the King High diamonds, you got potential Broadway, King High. I mean, everybody seems to think high cards are good against Z, so. Oh.
Oh, dirty, dirty river. If I'm Z, I'm not happy with that river card. Really, really just not happy.
No, but I think that Z can manage to find some folds here and just check fold to this river bet. It'll depend on the sizing, but, you know, clearly This 4 to a flush is not boding well.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that sizing is
Well,
not likely to get called.
No, but the way this final table, or rather this three-handed battle's been going, Maria, my hands hovered over the button. Z, don't do what thank you. Ooh, ace-5 versus kings. Potential. Nice. Very nice. The inconsequential Barry, but the set of kings we'll see from NL double up. And Matos now the shortest stack of the 3 remaining players. Ace 10, all in. King 10, folds. Working 9 till 5. What a way to make a living.
Yeah, and Z's doing a good job choosing kind of the right hand selection to attack the limps from the big blind, but from NL kind of has some other plans with that king in their hand. It is nice to see that, whether it's, you know, because they just have had such a long period of time where they've been able to really battle it out three-handed or short-handed, where they're kind of seeing through some of what Z's doing and they are adjusting to it accordingly and just not letting Z get away with a lot of these aggressive moves, especially pre-flop.
Ace Queen versus Ace King. And Matos could find themselves in trouble here. The open is to 3.2, and Matos may just elect to move all in. Does. Gets called Domination Nation. Queen on the flop. Clubs also. Wow.
Yikes.
Hits the queen, improves to the ace-high flush, and that has evened things out considerably. Oh, I kind of feel for Z now. You just did all that work to build up that monster advantage. You really feel like you've got the other 2 players where you want them, and then that nonsense happens.
But I wonder now, you know, that the stacks are a little bit closer together, if anybody would try to talk deal.
Good question. And on that subject, I believe there is a 10K set aside. So I believe that they would have to still play for $10,000 if they did decide to chop the prize money. And we are talking about not insignificant jumps. 44K for third, 60K for second, 81.5K for the winner. Always coming 7. Neither player has a 7.
And I like this, because certainly shorthanded, you can't just count on making hands or coolering people. You have to make some situations work for you. And when you have position and you think your opponent's going to be stabbing the flop a high frequency, then it's okay to just take these 0 equity type bluff spots where you raise the flop.
Flush draw for ZPB from NL. Ahead for now with ace high. There is the flush for ZPB. Of course, another spade would be problematic. Bag pusser, spade, turn, and river for the lulls. You sick, saggy old cloth cat.
Yeah, and I don't really mind the sizing. It is a little bit bigger than probably I would go, but I get that if you feel like your opponent can have a lot of jack X's here, then it's okay to go big because they're not going to fold trips, right? And they didn't even fold the ace of spades for that price. You're not going to like the double paired board, though, with a flush. Oh, there we go.
There we go.
Want to see the numbers.
Yeah, first person to propose a deal. Well, let's get Joe Stapleton back into the mix. We have had deal talk, Joe, and Matos asking the question, want to see the numbers, but from NL says no thanks. Well, that's quick and easy, isn't it?
Okay, all I was going to say is, as someone who's been in this situation before, all we saw was, do you want to see? Maybe it didn't say the numbers. Maybe it just said, like, do you want to see my gaff? And from NL was like, no thanks.
I love
We're
the fact
assuming.
that once again, you automatically assume the moment someone talks about seeing something, where does your mind go? Genitalia.
Maybe it's, do you want to see my newborn? No thanks.
Is that a new one? I haven't heard that one before. The euphemisms that kids are using these days.
Right?
My newborn.
I always expect that Stapes
It does
knows what
resemble
the
a baby.
latest. Yeah.
Well, I think the tone has reached an appropriate level for me to bow out and say, Joe, Maria, thank you for your sterling service, and enjoy the rest of this three-handed action in this half-price Sunday Million.
We will. Adieu, James. Peace out.
Wait a second. Is that why you say hello, my babies? Is there some next level? Are you calling all of us? Oh. Wow.
Hello, my baby could mean any number of things, I'll just say.
It's awkward. And I feel violated.
It always is awkward. Welcome back, three-handed, or as I like to call it, threads up. 18,589 total entries, down to the final three. Squabbling over a significant amount of money left up for grabs between third and second, second and first. 16K difference between third and second. 21,000 between second and first. And Matos is going to take a flop, but it don't matter because Z is going to hit top pair. Backdoor diamonds, backdoor straight, also a possibility to the two overcards of Van Matos, and there's a diamond.
Interesting mix-up with that check back by Z. I think a lot of times you'll just see them go ahead and bet that flop.
I mean, this is really sort of dream ideal poker where you can check an 8 and the turn card is not a scare card.
Yeah, obviously you protect your check back range there when you check with top pair, and so it definitely made it kind of an auto call on the turn. I can see the check back on the river as well, though. Just want to control the size of the pot. Not really sure what to make of that line that Ann Matos took. So Z just not wanting to bet the river for value and end up getting check raised or something like that and be very confused at that point.
From an L, short a stack out there right now. Getting toyed with. by Z with the 4 high, offsuit 4 high.
Yeah, we've seen Z do this quite.
From now,
Yeah,
stuffs it in there.
Yeah, Z has not been afraid to raise from the big blind against the small blind limp. And so at some point, your opponents are going to probably have to adjust to that by having some really nice limp shoves as traps, but also just picking some random type blocker hands to just go with the courage of your conviction there.
And another shove from NL. Very unlikely to be called. Jack 4 and Ace 4. I like this how Stress B said Z showing some teeth and had a typo of the number 4 in there, which was funny because it was 4 high. It's a lucky little typo. Z jamming over the limp this time. Queen 10, Jack 9, Ace Deuce, all playable.
And I like that none of these none of these players have shied away from these types of spots, though. The light 3-bets, we have seen them from every single person left at this table. And that's not very often where, you know, a $50 buy-in, you're going to see people employ that move at a pretty high frequency. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't like
impressive.
what I see here. I don't like what I see here, Stapes. I kind of feel like online poker is super, super tough now.
It's very difficult. Certainly haven't seen anything I would qualify as, like, kind of bad for hours now. From now limping in again. This time we just get a check back from King High.
Yeah, and I will say that sometimes it'll serve as a deterrent, right? Where Z may sometimes end up raising a hand like that against a limp. Now, if you show that person you're willing to limp shove or limp re-raise against their opens, then they might just find more checkbacks from the big blind.
King High still winning. Jack of clubs on the turn. No betting action on the flop. Z in position. No betting action on the turn. River cards a 6 of diamonds. Ten high checks. King high checks and wins. Z still hovering around his Z 100 million mark. Raise, shove, fold, next hand. Pocket fours. Good timing here. Can't get a call from 5 high.
Yeah, I think we definitely used up a lot of our coolers and big hands colliding earlier on because so far there's just been a lot of mediocre hands.
Well, if Z gets super aggro here, we'll see a few more chips go in the center. Nope, just a check back. Trips from NL.
Yeah, and I feel like if you want to go and tell the story of being kind of weak pre, then definitely want to give Z some rope. Luckily for you, Z does turn this flush draw, which makes it a little bit more probable that they'd be willing to put in more chips, but it's such a big flop for from NL. It's hard. See, it's hard to imagine why this sizing, right? I think you should either pick a smaller sizing or perhaps check it over to Z, especially when they've shown, you know, such a predisposition to call pot-sized bets with flush draws and jack high.
Z rivers a pair. A second pair. There's the all-in from NL, who seems at this point to be convinced that Z must have the case king. Even when winning what felt like a pretty big hand, from NL still just up to around 25 big blinds. Brad wants to know, is there an argument to check there and play like you missed it all?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is it's kind of tough when you also, the ace-king, had the clubs as well, which was the backdoor flush draw that missed. So you're not necessarily going to put your opponent on a hand that they're going to feel the need to bluff on the river. So I can kind of see why, as from NL, would just go for the value in that spot. But I think that if you're playing the player, then Z is certainly the type of person that you do want to check over to.
All right, 3 ways to the flop, and everybody whiffs real hard. We do have a diamond for from NL. I guess the open-ender for Z. That's 4.2 million. Easy fold for Motto. NL. Makes the call, turns a 4. What happens when you're open-ended, Maria?
You make a pair.
You always make a pair. Sometimes 2 pair. Sometimes the board will come 5, a 6, 7, a 10. There's the 10. 2 pair. Beating Queen Jack now, at least. Beats a diamond peeling off.
Yeah, and from NL. Oh, wow. I mean, you got to say they're kind of consistent with their sizing, right? We saw a really big sizing with trip kings, and now we're seeing a big size with a bluff. So far, balanced. Makes it really tough for 10-7 here, yeah.
Just going to get that 10 to fold. From NL up to 62 million. Z down to 72. Pretty close. That's just 5 big blinds between them as we see Z hit top pair against Motto. Z opening Queen 9. Stress B says cold-blooded when he sees the video. He is going to bleep himself. Maybe, or maybe just pat himself on the back. Flops the gutter ball here. Also a club draw now on the turn. Checks it over to Z. Bets a third of the pot. Pretty weak holding here, even with the draws.
Oh, wow. They had a
option
plan.
C.
You can't say they didn't have a plan when they checked it over.
And check it out,
Oh,
my babies.
wow.
From NL, now with the chip lead, three-handed, clawing and scraping their way. Z with over 100 million at one point. From NL, really doing this the hard way, putting some mustard on it.
I mean, now I can kind of understand why From NL was so quick to not want to discuss a deal. Clearly, they've got a lot of tricks up their sleeve, a lot in their arsenal that I think they're really bringing the heat now.
That's a great point. Z trying to let Mato catch up a little bit. There is no amount of catching up that can really happen at this point. Another overbet. King 10 suited now for Z, who picks up a few more chips. Was this turning a bounty? It was not Juice Man. Go ahead, Maria.
I was just going to say, I definitely don't mind these sizings given the board texture and the runouts, but I will say that you just have to remember, especially when you're three-handed, that the ranges are going to be so much wider and your opponents are going to be so much weaker that even if you bet, you know, over pot on a two-tone draw board, it's not like you're going to get called by much when you bet that big, because most of your players are going to be so low in their range that even if they're like, oh, well, they're probably semi-bluffing, they probably have a combo draw, they still kind of have to fold, right? So let's not get too greedy with our sizings.
I think that's a really great point, Maria. That's you know, heads up is a style of poker where you can get people to call you pretty light, but it's hard for them even to make those calls against you when you're betting over pot every time you have a value hand.
Yeah, in a full ring type situation, the ranges are going to be a lot stronger, right? Because people are not going to necessarily be opening button close to 100% of the time, which, you know, three-handed they might. So I just think that that's something to bear in mind.
Pretty cool hand there from NL. Played it pretty aggressively pre-flop with Jack Trey offsuit and continued that aggression on the flop. Got a fold from a better hand, a much better hand. Of course, it didn't connect at all. And blinds have gone up. 1.2, 2.5. And Matos electing to not go all in this time. Didn't matter. Same result. It's a walk for From NL, who is approaching 100 million chips. It's going to meet some resistance here. Limping in. What do you do here? Just click it back? Just do like a little min raise?
I think everything looks. Yeah, I mean, I think everything looks a little strong when you're raising off of that stack size. But what you do have is the fact that Z has been playing a lot of hands and has been really active in that situation. But there's not going to be a lot of things that you can do with kings other than to check it back. That won't sometimes feel really strong to your opponent when you have a sub 20 big blind stack.
Shoving now. And From NL has done a really good job of just slowly and steadily climbing this mountain and getting And Mato and Z in a position where they can start moving all in a little more frequently pre-flop. Eight deuce of spades for Z. Jack 7, the best hand, has to lay it down. And Matos gives up another walk. Ace 5 versus Ace 5 here. Suits reversed. Kaboom Poker says, from NL's creativity is going to take this down. Gut shot for Z. Jack high is the best hand. Pretty tough to stick around here, but Matos says, all right, let's see one more. And Z hits their gin card. No, gin would be the 4, but a good one still.
Yeah, good enough to turn this kind of into a check call, right? You got a bluff catcher at this point. Ooh. I don't know if you want a bluff catch for this size, but again, all of these players really have been taking big sizings with both value and bluffs, so it obviously makes it a little bit harder for your opponent to kind of know what side of the coin you're on when that happens. But you do block some of the nutted hands, right? You have the 6 in your hand, so you're blocking 6-4. You feel like you have some equity with your gut shot that goes with the pair. So that's actually pretty nice defensive play there from Z.
Campo says Z has no idea how to play from NL. I mean, none of us can play from NL right now. Ooh, Queen 3 shoving. Gets it through against 5 high. King 10. Also a shove. Seven deuce, haven't seen that one in a while. Gets ditched. The pocket 9s, a.k.a. the stars nuts. And this is a set of 9s against 2 pair. Nobody with a heart.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised to see some fast play out of the 2 pair just because they do want some protection. Of course, there's some flush draw, straight draw possible as well. And another heart will just kill your action on either side, right? So even if your opponent doesn't have that type of hand, you also want to make sure you can max out your value here. No reason to not think 9s and 6s are the best hand.
Yeah, there's the all-in. You could be up against a heart. You could be up against a king, but you are up against a set, which you are in terrible shape to. Lights out on the turn. There goes and Mato after an hour of threads-up play. And Mato eliminated in third for $44,000. GL, bro. Playing heads up now for a difference of $21,500. And I think folks out there should be pretty excited to see this matchup, as I think folks were favoring these two from a skill perspective. Cool to see them go heads up.
Yeah, I mean, I really love the way that From NL has adjusted from, you know, 5-handed play, 7-handed play to now when it got 3-handed and they had that nice double up. They really switched gears and made it very tough for their opponents to play against.
Yeah, and this is a bit of a gear switch here. Now, this is a scheduled break. However, it looks like the players are looking at the numbers. Now we've decided that, I mean, you never want to be the guy that as soon as they get knocked out, they're like, okay, now we'll look at the numbers. 10K for the winner. Looks like, okay, they're still discussing. As we said before, you know, no matter what deal they make here, they still have to leave 10K for the winner. Let's play. Okay, so maybe if they had, you know, been able to make it a complete, you know, chop by chip or whatever, they would have been into it. But with having to leave 10,000 on the table, they're just going to play it out. And we're skipping the break. That doesn't happen very often. It's too bad. I wanted to read more fan mail.
Ooh, sourdough suited.
One, two, three, four, five. The wheel. Oh, I thought maybe we were going to get like the old 5-6 peel off there. Pocket queens for Z. And these two are, as long as we're pressing buttons, even Stevens.
Yeah, and certainly at their stack depth, you're just not going to see a lot of folds pre-flop, right? You have to imagine most of the hands you get dealt pre is going to be good enough to defend with against a raise. And they're also not quite shallow enough where you're going to probably see a lot of limps pre-flop. I mean, you will see some here or there, but I think when your opponent gets down to, you know, 20, 25 bigs effective, then maybe you're going to look at having a few more limps. But at this stage, probably just going to be a lot of open raises and calls.
I was just about to ask you, is it terrible that I would want to see a turn card here? And again, option C being executed.
No, not at all. Not at all. And I love the option C with this particular type of hand.
And now you just fold, right?
Yeah, it's kind of a situation where you're like, oh, if I called, maybe I could have hit my gut shot. But also, if you win the pot right there with 6 high, that's a great takedown. Yeah. And so you can't really blame Frumenel for choosing that type of hand to get a little aggressive with, because if you expect your opponent to see bet a pretty high percentage of the time, then that's probably going to work. They're not going to really have a lot of hands they can continue with.
So Z did once again cross that 100 million chip mark. Obviously from an L behind now, but not a terribly traumatizing lead at this point. Still anybody's game. From NL. Coming in for a big raise with ace-9, domination nation, but it's the kicker, that 6 kicker that pairs, bottom pair good.
Yeah, ace high though, if Z decides to bet bottom pair, will take one off just because ace high could very well be good. You've got a lot of these backdoor options, one of which comes in.
Mm-hmm.
2 ways,
multiple
though.
Backdoors. Yep.
Yeah.
Check, and it's trips. Trip 6s or trixes. Sips? I don't know.
I like trixes.
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 Trixes are for kids.
And here's the thing, you know, I was going to say, let's talk about the sizing before Z puts it out. But if you think about the fact that this hand went checked all the way to the river, you can't really bet that size, right? You can't really go that big, because what could your opponent possibly be calling you with? If they had anything, they might have bet the flop. They might have bet the turn. But if it gets checked all the way down and you want to try to go for over pot size there, you got to really consider what type of hands you're going to be able to get your opponent to call with. And they showed no strength.
It's kind of weird to bet the same size that you would bet to try to get someone to fold a good hand.
Right. Right, especially when they've shown no real interest in the pot up until that point, right? Like, or even at that point, actually.
And if they're slow playing something, maybe you're beat. If they're
Yeah.
anyone who's slow playing a value hand that much. So we have a 4, a 5, a 7, an 8, and a 9, which is nothing. I'm realizing as I get to the end of that sentence.
But
One
it was
heart.
close, though.
It's so close. Do we see another option C here from an L? Nope, this time option A.
I'm convinced that Z's sliders are just stuck to pot, 1.5x pot, or 2x pot. You know, you have those like predetermined bet sizings. That's what I've seen so far.
I'm sure stranger things have happened. Top pair for both players, excuse me, but it's also a bottom pair from an L. We could see some significant chips change hands here. Hopefully for Z's sake, they just call. They do not. They raise 10 million. And Maria's theory about only pot-sized buttons existing over there continues.
Yeah, from an L could just easily put in another raise here. Yeah, I mean, there's quite a few draws on the board. Again, just not wanting something to come on the turn that could kill your potential action on a future street, let alone protecting from the various draws that are out there. Wow.
Shoves top pair
surprise.
into 2-pair. And 2-pair holds.
Yeah, surprising to see Z just go ahead and put it all in with top pair there. I think, you know, granted, on the flip side of that, there were a few draws possible, but it also feels a little bit ambitious there to just put in so many chips.
Again, same thing, right? Like it's hard for a worse hand to be out there, I guess. From NL with a huge double up now. Biggest stack we've seen so far in this tournament. Closest anyone has come to winning this tournament. Z raising into a very strong pre-flop hand, a domination situation, and has to give it up pre-flop.
Yeah, you definitely have your opponent on the ropes now. You can pretty easily just open shove quite a few hands now and force them to make a decision to call off for their tournament life once they're in this sub 10 big blind territory. Goes for the trap here with ace king and doesn't get a bite out of Z.
Well, Z does have some outs. We may not see them. May not see the river. Some of those outs may not get to showdown. It's just so difficult at this point with this stack. Like, you just have no room to maneuver, no room to, you know, make any reasonable size bluff at these pots. Even a shove, you can get called pretty light. And the blinds are going up again. I can't imagine they will have, we have too many more levels in us. King, queen suited for Z, all in, gets a fold. Ace-6 limps in. Oops, sorry. It was the 4-3 that limped in. Ace-6 shoves. Ace-3 now for Z. Shoves. Queen-8. Tempting to end the tournament if you can hit a queen or an 8. But ultimately...
Yeah, and as, you know, From NL is in a good spot, right? Because they could have a lot of spots where they're putting Z all in, and Z is going to be the one who has to make a decision for their tournament life. So when Z's the first one in to shove, you can make some tighter folds and carry on and chip away in those spots where you are the pre-flop aggressor.
From an L betting into Z, who does have the best hand. Unfortunately, that best hand is a very weak bottom pair. No, medium strength bottom pair, we'll call it.
Connecting with the flop in heads-up play is always a little better than weak, just it's okay. You don't hate it. You might not get the showdown
turn.
very often. Yeah, but you don't hate it.
And a 5 on the river improves no one. And they'll probably pretty confident with the 7 the way this hand is played out. And this might not be enough to get a 7 to fold. Just a quarter of the pot. Nice call on the end there by NL, who widens the chip lead to about 6-1. Z with not many big blinds at this point, just over 7 of them. Just under 7 of them. Would you ever shove over these limps, Maria? Uh-oh.
No, not with that type of holding, but
7, 6, 5 pair of 7s. I've got Chopin's blocking. Not really sure what's going on here, to be honest.
double gutter for Z. Yeah.
Oh, it's a double gutter.
And, yeah, middle
and
pair.
the pair of 7s calls. They're out in front.
Oh.
Trip 7s. And the straight on the river, but it's a full house for From and L. It goes fast online, my babies. Sometimes you get there, and sometimes that makes a full house for your opponent. ZPB was a dominating force for much of this event, but did eventually succumb in second place for $60,000. Congratulations to From NL for $81,000 and the victory here in the half price Sunday Million. Maria, do you really think that there was any other way that this was going to happen? Heads up, it feels like, not there was like a cooler or anything like that, but it seemed like everyone played pretty standard, and that's just the way the cards ended up.
Yeah, honestly, hats off to both players. I feel like Z really took the reins early on in the final table, was really able to play super aggressively, get their hands on a ton of chips that did not belong to them. And I love the way that NL shifted their game towards the end, from three-handed to heads up, just really took control of the match.
Yeah, I would agree. Really impressive there, from NL, who, we weren't really paying all that much attention to. And then all of a sudden, late stage of this tournament, kind of turned it on, did get creative, as Kaboom Poker mentioned, I believe is who it was. So very impressive to see that sort of style come out of the woodwork for the big win. Maria, I don't think we're with you on these broadcasts for a little while. Do you have any Valentine's Day plans?
Haha, I think you and me are hopping on a little red eye to Florida for the NASCAR Foundation
run away together.
Charity event. Super excited, super fun.
I'm very excited for that as well. My girlfriend a little bit less excited when I told her that I was hopping a red eye with you on Valentine's Day, but whatever. She'll get over it. That's all the time we got for the Sunday Million this week, kids. Do not forget to catch this week's podcast. Sam Greenwood's going to be on, dropping all of his fantastic takes on movies and TV shows. Really appreciate that, guys. Twitter will be nice to talk to him in person for a little bit. And we will be back with Griffin Bender next week for another edition, not of the Sunday Million, but of the 50-50 series main event. But that is all the time we have got for this particular broadcast. For James Hartigan and Maria Ho, I am Joe Stapleton. Smell you later.